And hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in. Happy Wednesday, hey Zeta, how are you doing? I'm doing great. I'm ready to play Timberborn today. So ready, I'm so addicted to this game. It's a problem, I tell you. It's a real problem. You know, one thing I'm noticing, now that I have like a starting playlist music that's fairly reliable, is how inconsistent the timing of Twitch's start streams is. Like, it varies by like 30 seconds. You know, some days the intro music finishes just at the end of the ads, some days it's like 30 seconds earlier. It's fairly inconsistent, which is interesting. You'd expect them to like reliably start the ads like, I don't know, 1 minute after stream start or something like that. But it just doesn't. Sometimes it even like auto snoozes your ads, which is super annoying because you want to get ads out of the way before people start coming in, so they don't, you know, so the people who show up at the start of your stream don't get a pre-roll ad because it's super annoying. And they're like, no, actually, no, you know what? We're gonna do that in 5 minutes when you're going to be in the middle of speaking with your chat. No, Twitch, don't! Why are you doing that to me? Doing fine, great. Hey, Flame, how are you doing? Happy Wednesday. Happy Beaver's Day. Yeah, that's right, today is Beaver's Day. I need to go to the right scene today. I even folded the blanket in case you get blanket cam again today for half the stream like I did last time, you know? You can show more people ads that way. I mean, already showing them the ads. But yeah, I don't know exactly. Bezos needs his lunch money. Yeah, right. Yeah, he really needs it. He's truly not going to be able to eat otherwise, you know. He doesn't have enough of it. That's one thing I was thinking about. Like, I shouldn't do too much politics on stream, but there is this consistently repeated theory, in particular by right political parties pretty much anywhere, that are like, yeah, we should cut taxes to companies and to billionaires and millionaires because it trickles down, it makes everybody richer. Which has been proven to be false, and yet they've been repeating that for decades. It's baffling, it's absolutely baffling that they can repeat such things that are wrong, that they know to be wrong. They know it's not the truth, because it's been studied. People have studied that, and they have shown that, no, that's not what happens. If you lower the taxes to the richest, the money doesn't trickle down to the other classes of your society. And yet they keep being allowed to repeat blatant lies, and that baffles me. That absolutely baffles me, you know. You need a special kind of mental gymnastics to believe that. Yeah, and yet a lot of people believe it because it's been repeated by political leaders so many times. And they're like, yeah, that if they say it, it must be true. But not. It's not. It's just not. I mean, it can make surface level sense, right? To believe that, oh, maybe like if they get taxed less, they invest more in like creating companies and making like extending companies, so they create more jobs, so it brings more money to people. But it's not what happens. That's just not what happens. We had this example in France. When was it? I think it was after COVID. Right after COVID, I think. Where they made like a law basically lowering the taxes on companies. And there's an organization that represents bosses from like some of the richest companies, you know. Well, in theory, all companies, but in practice more like the richest. And they were saying it will create 1 million jobs, right? And when the opponents to the bill were like, well, let's put it on paper then. Like, you take this commitment that the companies that you represent are going to create 1 million jobs as a result of this tax. Otherwise, there has to be penalties to compensate for the fact that you didn't do your part, you know. And they were like, no, we can't do that. It's too constraining. No, we can't do that. And so at the end of the day, the government passed a bill just like that, with no commitment, no counterpart, and with this absolute promise that it's going to create 1 million jobs. And we have in France a branch of the government whose job is to study the impact of the laws passed by the government, right? So their job is just that, to do statistics, to study, okay, this law has been passed, we expected this to happen, here's what actually happened, so that we may try to improve lawmaking in the future, you know, these kind of things. And what have they shown like 10 years later? That absolutely nothing happened as a result of this bill. The only thing that happened is more money went towards the shareholders. That was the only effect of the bill. Great, right? It trickled down, all right? They definitely created 1 million jobs. So this theory that, oh, you lower taxes, I don't even know why I was talking about this, but yeah. Oh yes, Bezos. Working as intended, right? But no, we shouldn't make any commitment. There's no need for that. Promise. Pinky promise. And so yeah, it can make some surface level sense. Not getting more money to the richest can make everybody richer. It's just not true. It's being proven, and it's so what we can observe again and again and again, and we keep doing the same stupid stuff. Anyway, let's play games, shall we? Rant done, promised. So, let's turn the entire world into a factory instead. So that's our little save. Why did it go to day 19? Oh, I think because I was just like letting it run when we ended the stream. So let's just pick up where we saved. I remember we saved at the end of the last stream. So let's just do that. And maybe We don't need the music. Because the game has music. Well, it's gonna have music. It better have music. Or else. Come on, come on. Please load. Well, that's awkward. I shouldn't have stopped the music so early, should I? What is it doing? It worked earlier. Ah, here we go. I need to upgrade the RAM from my computer, I think. Okay, yes, so we had the bad tide incoming, I think. Beavers! Yay! Hey Cody, how are you doing? Welcome back from the Netherlands. Yes, cute little beavers. Hello, hello. Look at them. Oh yes, who's a cute beaver? You're a cute beaver. Oh, we have a baby even. Baby beaver. Alright, so where were we? Oh yes, we should enable that. Oh my god, we're lacking people. We're lacking beavers. Oh, I made a little bit of math last time after the stream because I couldn't do it on stream. Brain wasn't processing. I think we can support about 11 beavers per vat. So we have 46, that's kind of what we expect. It's going to depend a little bit on the life expectancy of the beavers. As their life expectancy increases, the number of beaver per vat increases as well. But yeah, we can expect to have about 11 beavers per vat, one of which should be a baby at any point in time. So that's where we're sitting right now. Let's see, so we are starting to produce fermented cassavas. We have a few mangrove fruit, we have a few kohlrabis, and a few berries. You're tired, you'll be in the shadows, but yay for beavers. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for lurking. I know that's how you prefer to watch streams anyway, so. And I appreciate lurkers all the same. Let's see, we can have a little road here. Oh yes, we just started getting some iron, some scrap metal. I remember. Do we have scrap metal stored? Would be the question. So we have clunks, we have gears, we have a storage for scrap metal, and we do have a storage for metal blocks, so that's good. And we've started smelting the scrap metal to make metal blocks, so that's great as well. Is that fermented cassavas? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'm wondering if we shouldn't... Maybe we should increase the number of beavers? So wait, we have cassavas. Where are they? We have a berry storage here. We have the cassavas here, which we have none of at the moment. And we have the fermented ones right here. So this is not really working because I don't produce enough cassavas. Is it a question... I suspect it's a question of number of workers here. Maybe we just don't have enough beavers working on that to produce enough cassavas. Not that you don't talk, but your social meter got very much filled the weekend. Yeah, that's very understandable. Just hanging in the background. Yeah, no problem. That's absolutely not a problem. It's nice to have you here. So this is full, so that's working as intended. That means we're getting all the water we need at the moment. So that's great. So I'm thinking maybe here we add another tank, right? The only question is whether we're stable on food or we are negative with our 46 beavers. Because we could take the housing for one more batch, one more tank being active. And we do need the workforce. If we don't have the workforce, we're not gonna be able to do any better. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do it and we'll see if... Oh, we could... What would we need? We would need treated planks. Are we producing any treated planks? Not yet. No, because I think for treated planks we need... Yeah, we need pine sap. And we need a tapper's shack for that. So we don't have the tech yet to do the advanced breeding. So we're going to have like one more breeding pot for now. Actually not here. I'm going to put it on the other side of the road. Those buildings look very flammable. Did you get insurance? Hey Guppy, how are you doing? It's okay, we have a big tank of water. We can get our firefighter beavers on the job, you know? That would be fun to have firefighter beavers. But it would detract from the cozy feeling of the game. To have, like, stuff burning and all that. Okay, here we go. A big tank of water hovers above the city and blacks out the sun. Yeah, that's pretty much my other save. I have a huge dam. And yeah. I'm making a huge water tank in the sky, you know, that I pump stuff up to. I've played way too much on that save. But I'm having a lot of fun. So, let's preventively... So what is lacking workers at the moment? Who doesn't get all their workers? We have one of the foresters that's halted. That's okay. Inventors are not getting their worker contingent. That makes sense. Yeah, I remember now. I forgot. We have a ton of inventors. And we have like one lumberjack flag posed. Okay. Yeah, so these are stopped. But that's perfectly fine. What I should do is shift these ones over here. And I need another farm, I think. I need another farmhouse. And I want to shift inventors. Here we go, like that. Let's go in 2 times speed. Otherwise things are a bit slow. That's one of the things in this game. I wish we could go faster than 3x speed sometimes. What's your priority, lowest? And we can remove these two. And we recover part of the investment, so it's not that bad. Okay, and so because we have this new farmhouse, this means these two are not working for a moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to destroy this farmhouse just to put it better. It looks better like that, so I prefer that. So currently our little city is gonna be centered around these two things, a little industrial area here powered by the water wheels down there, with this big storage building, which is going to go up vertically. We're going to have this habitation skyscraper over here. And then we're going to have to do a lot of farming, of course. One thing I would like to experiment with, I don't know how fast we're going to be able to do it, is the tubeways. Tubeways require metal and planks and gears. We seem to have about everything we would need to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and start unlocking that, actually. Hey, Doran! How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Early beavers, yes, yes. Well, not that early, actually. I kind of almost intended to start earlier. But, you know. Time is a fickle thing. You're doing well, you're making Shadowheart white. Oh, you're doing a Shadowheart redemption arc. That's cute. Shadowheart is a very good character. I like her. Let her take back on her life. Be her own person. She declined group sex with Will. Oh no. Hey Fire, how are you doing? Shadowheart is the first character you're killing all the time after Rastain. Why? Why would you hate Shadowheart? She's cute. Shin's annoying as fuck. I don't agree. I disagree. Alright, so that's getting better. We're still processing the cassavas faster than we are gathering them, I think. But that's okay. We seem to be positive on food, I think. So that's pretty good. And we are going to slowly retire this berries still. There's no need to have that many berries. You strongly dislike only Gale, everyone else is at least decently written. Yeah, I tend to find Astarion a bit annoying as well. But I think that's the point. It is supposed to be annoying. Gale and Will are your favorite characters. Astarion is annoying. Yeah, I don't... Like, everybody's such a fan of Astarion as a character, and it's a character I would be like, no, you're just annoying, you're not... I mean... I wouldn't want to date a character annoying like that. I don't know why all the ladies have it in for Astarion. I suppose he is physically attractive. He's a stupid vampire drama queen. Well, that's one way to put it, but it's not entirely wrong. Oh. Yeah, we're going to need more water than that. We still have 2.8 days of drought to go through. We're going to need a lot more water storage. So what do we do? We could expand the tank. Over here. Have a larger dam. I think that would be a decent option, actually. Another thing I want to do is to start playing with this. Where would we put the tubeway station? We obviously are going to need one. Somewhere over here, I think. The tubeways are going to really come into their own once we have access to tunnels, I think. I suppose we could have like an above head thing where we go like on the top. Yeah. I suppose that's how it's going to have to be. Remove me these berries. They're in the way. I think here we remove this whole thing. And we're going to have like a path here instead of here. So it's more square. You think we're falling into traps of supposed to like as male player and ladies are supposed to like as time? I don't get what you mean, Doran. I'm not sure what you mean. Come on, builders. Come remove me these berries. Minnie was talking. I'm not sure what you mean with this sentence. I think... I'm just not sure what you mean. Alright, so... tubeway station right here. You're supposed to like Shadowheart as a male player, you think? Possibly. And you think ladies are supposed to like Astarion? Like they're built around stereotypes that we're expected to... like, maybe. Yeah, that's possible. In which case, well done, because it seems it works. You could be right, yeah. Okay, so we're going to have tubeways like that. So that should help make the travel time between like their home and their workplace faster. And we're going to do the same thing over here. And that's also going to help make the travel time between storage and especially the water collection faster. And then we're going to go all the way over there. And so, like, same for the iron collection, basically. So we're going to have another tubeway station, like here, maybe? Could even go here. Though that would be better for the forester. And I think here we go above the forester, probably. Can we? Maybe we can't go above the forest. Not the forest, or the lumberjack. I mean. Maybe, we'll see. I suppose we could move the lumberjack over there. That's fine. And then... Boom, boom, boom. Like this. Little stack. Oh, no, actually. The first one is a platform, and then we go vertical. Better. The first character your character has sex with was Karlak. Hey Nemo, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How was your day? You finished the game as Shadow and went to Hells with Karlak. I think Karlak is an interesting character because everybody seems to like her. Karlak is bro. Yeah, Karlak is such a joyful character, I suppose. It's kind of the person... I think a lot of people look up to Karlak because she comes from a background that really truly sucks. And she has such resilience. She remains so joyful despite that. I think a lot of people aspire to be more like her in a way. I think that's why a lot of people like the character of Karlak. I think that's why I like her at least. I don't know that I can speak about other people's reasons, but I think that's probably mine. May have taken a rather huge night. That's great. I don't know if it's the same for you anymore, but it's been so super warm and humid these past few days. I've been dying. I've been absolutely dying. Like, France has turned hellish. What's going on here? I think... What is that? Oh, there's a power demand? Possibly? Does it need to be connected to the network? Oh, this is back. Let's go. How are we doing on babies as well? Babies. The bees of the bay. Warm? Can I send it over there? Sure. It's been wet and windy and henceforth rather chilly. Oh my god, it's like 26 over here. Hey SP4, how are you doing? You had a 10 degrees drop today. It's a bit cooler today, yeah. But yeah, like on Sunday, I was like, oh my god, I'm going to die during my stream. It was it was 26 with everything opened, and obviously I can't have my windows wide open while I'm streaming because it's noisy outside, you know. Um, I was like, I'm just going to die in here. What's going to happen? SPFR isn't dead by electrical power. That's good news. 32 yesterday. Oh. I'm well in temperatures like 22, 23, 24. Like this morning it was 24. I was happy with that, you know. But when it goes above that 26, 28, 30, it's just too much. Too hot. You were playing with high voltage last stream. Ah, here we go. We have our first beavers. Using the tubeway, nice. You're in a desert, yeah. No, that makes sense. I don't think I could live in a desert, you know. Hey, Goo! Welcome in, how are you, Goo? Happy Hump Day! To celebrate Hump Day, we are playing with beavers. Hmm. You're doing well. That's something, at least. You know, to be doing is better than not to be doing. Is that an invitation? Hmm. Oh my. Okay, so we need to have a lot more construction happen here. What should I do? I need more planks, I need more metal. I'm thinking maybe we turn this into a little industrial area. It's flat. It has relatively ready access to the power network. We could start a larger scale planks production here. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing. Like, the one thing we don't need more of is gears, pretty much. And we're training more babies at the moment, so it's a good time to start increasing production. So let's do like 2 more lumber mills, maybe? How do I do that? Yeah, we're going to have it like this. Flip so that the doors are next to each other. Maybe. And maybe we can have something like that. Then we need power shafts. Oh. Nope, nope. And we are going to jump the power above the road here. Like this. They are going to transmit power to each other. So that's good. And over here we can just have the power shaft go below the stairwell. And that's good. And then we can maybe have another smelter. Yeah. And possibly... I think we are going to add a rod here. And a little bit of a tubeway. Like this maybe? Know what? Sure. Like this. You did not build this one yet. We are going to start with this. Like that. And so they're going to be able to transport resources back and forth from the top using this tubeway station. And we can maybe even just connect this one to the rest of the network. That way they can go home using that. Yeah. And later on we're going to bury all of that. You had to bring your tower fan from storage. It's starting to get warm during midday now. Yeah, I've started brainstorming how I can try to cool down this mess during streams in full summer, because when it's gonna be 40 degrees, there's no way I can stream with 40 degrees without dying for 8 hours, you know? But at the same time, I don't want it to compromise audio quality. It's like, it's something I often notice during summer in other streams where you hear the fan going on in the background. And I don't know about you guys, but like it can be rather I don't want to say annoying, but it's not great to listen to, and I'd like to avoid that if I can at all. So I'm going to have to experiment. Yeah, I got the same mic as you, yes. The HyperX Quadcast. If I type on my keyboard, you don't hear it. Yeah, I think it might be just... Hopefully it's just a question of microphone placement, you know, of fan placement. If I don't have it blowing right at the microphone, hopefully it should be fine. I just need to experiment with it, I think. I need to take the time off stream to actually set up my fan and see what gets picked up or not. It shouldn't pick it up as long as it's not directly facing the microphone. That's my thinking, yes, hopefully. We'll see, I suppose. It's just that I haven't, like, I've never had the opportunity to play with it, trying that, you know. So it's going to take a little bit of experimenting to figure things out, I suppose. So what's my priority here? I think my priority should be to power the new factories. And these do require metal blocks, so second priority would be that. Then this section, and then finally that section, I think. Yeah. We should already have improved efficiency quite significantly thanks to that. Okay, great. We have unfilled jobs, so we could have more lumberjacks over here. I think we need one more at least. Where do I fit more lumberjack is a question, I suppose. Maybe along the road here. If I remove that tree, for example, I can have a second one here. Going to have to wait for the morning. So my builders actually get on that. This is still high priority. It just needs plan. Okay. One of the things we are going to want at some point or another is going to be power storage. So we're going to be able to have gravity batteries, and they only require planks, gears, and metal. So I think we should unlock that. And so what we're going to do with these is we're actually going to mount them on the top of the dam. Because as it turns out, you can have your weight go inside the water. You also decided to put your tubes on platforms. Hey Spark, how are you doing? You also run power in the same corridor. I think for me it's temporary. Later on we're going to do tunnels for that. But at the moment we can't, so we do with what we have, right? But I think later on we can have service tunnels. It's not a bad idea to have power run through the same building. And this building connects to power, I noticed. So I suppose it means it can transmit power? It doesn't seem to use it. But I suppose that means we could have like a dual purpose thing, and if we need to run through the building, we can. No, I'm not saying the tubes transmit power, although we could test it. But I think the building itself, like the tubeway station, because it connects to the gears, that probably means that if I put like a power shaft here, it's going to be running. Let's test it. Let's put another one here and see what happens, you know? most buildings can transmit power through themselves, yeah. But one thing I do find strange is that it's talking network power supply demand here. So I'm wondering if, I don't know, if they plan to have a power demand for these at a later date, or to be able to upgrade them with power, or if it's a thing in the game maybe that I'm not aware of yet. Or maybe, I don't know actually, is there another faction? Is there a third faction? Because you could imagine having a third faction that maybe more high-tech or something, and that could make use of power supply for these kind of buildings. Although, right, for the moment, let's dismantle that just so they get on building this. And then we can see later. Come on, Beaver. You can do it. Yes, yes you can. We have 7 unfilled jobs, so we still have science going on, that's good. But yeah, we have a lot of hauling going on. And we don't have a haulers. Oh, we do have a hauling post actually. But it's not full. It's not a full hauling post. Let's go. We are building. We are building. So we can have another lumberjack right here. In terms of food, I am concerned a little bit. I'm slightly concerned with food. I think we extend the cassava fields. What's more efficient? We could also extend the kohlrabies. Maybe over here. Let's extend the kohlrabies a little bit. We're going to extend through that as well. Because it is the most efficient source of food we have right now. You took extensive advantage of the fact that they can build adjacent buildings from inside the tubes. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's good to know. And we are going to extend a little bit more that way. I think the cassava has higher tier food. We'll check. But I think the cassava are the ones they're going to favor. So it's going to be the ones that go first. Yeah, kohlrabi, then mangrove, then cassava. Right. They are pretty well fed. They all have, pretty much all have access to everything, so that's good. But yeah, I think we need to just produce a little bit more. Ooh. We have more unfulfilled jobs. Why? Why do we have so many more unfulfilled jobs? What did I add? These don't take people, do they? No, they don't. Oh, maybe this got built? The smelter? But that wouldn't explain... Oh, and this one, the second lumberjack. Okay. We do have enough lumber for now, so... Let's pause it. We don't need more lumber immediately. Look at them go. Yeah, so I'm taking advantage of that fact, of the fact that they transmit power from my industrial areas generally. Although in my other save I didn't really do that. But yeah, for this one I intend to. Yeah, I think the main reason actually for this not being fully cut is not lack of workers, it's lack of storage actually. It's just that this dude is not working most of the time, like look at that. 18 out of 20. Most of the time the lumberjack is just full. So no need to add more of that right now. That's also why this is not getting fully cut despite having like 3 lumberjacks. So we're going to even pause the lumberjack right now here. There's no need for it. At least that lets us do a little bit of science. Whereas clearly we're not making as much food as we would like to, right? That's a quote. Yeah, it's a pretty good one, I would say. I think it's probably a Hebe quote. I think we probably blame Hebe for that quote. I'm not sure. I wish it saved the author. It would be fun to be able to look. Oh, here's who put it in. Almost there. Yeah, so look, they're building that part because they have plenty of wood, right? So it's only like a few planks. We already have the planks. The problem is the metal blocks here. And of course, transport is a little bit the problem for that. Yeah, who added the code? I don't think it saves it. I could be wrong. Although people might shy away from adding quotes if they know that it remembers who they are. It could be coded to do that, yes and no. So the problem with that would be that it's not an add-on, you know. It's not something you add on. It's not a programmed command that you can easily modify. It's part of the core code of the bot, which means it's JavaScript, so it would be possible to like load up something that edits the code or something like that, but it's not as easy to patch it. You'd have to patch the code of the bot to add it in. So it's not, yeah, it's not super easy to do. I like how they go like from super high up to drop stuff on the construction site below. A lot of this stuff, especially the path and structures, like these ones, they can build from very high up. So here, how do I do things? I suppose we do that, we do a diagonal. And maybe we close here. And that's going to about double the volume. The problem is that I don't want to obstruct the river here. Because obstructing the river would probably mean generating flooding. Like it needs to be like at least wide everywhere, and I don't know exactly how the flow physics work in here. Come on, beavers. I know I gave you a lot of jobs, but that's no reason to slack off. That's one thing I still need to do. I want to do a coding stream soon, but my schedule is filling up faster than I can see that I can do things. It's a problem. It's a bit of a problem. I think I would like, if possible, to do a coding stream this week. I have a few things I need to add into the unit converter. And I think we're going to start looking at the Tiltify extension on stream, because I need to get back to it, and I like to do it on stream. But I won't be able to do that tomorrow, and I likely won't be able to do it on Fridays, so maybe on Saturday. I'd love to be able to do it this week. It's obviously not going to be a very fast process. It's not going to be a one stream kind of deal. But that's why I'd like to get started, you know. Lots of things to do. Let's put a little path on top. We have a drought incoming, which might be slightly problematic given that our population of beavers is actively increasing. So we need to be relatively fast on the expansion plan here. And I think what we're going to do to be able to continue passing through is gonna be something like that, using platforms. How am I gonna get rid of dirty water? So what we have in place right now is this system. So here we have a sluice gate that only lets the water through if downstream is above 065, right? So if it's above the level of a dam, basically. And if it's not contaminated, if the water in here is not contaminated. So what happens during a bad tide is that the water source here becomes contaminated water. So the water in here becomes contaminated and these sluice gates close. The water level in here rises and at some point it goes above like 265 and it starts going over this dam and the water just spills out the side of the cliff here. It's the same actually if we have clean water and we have too much of it, we just spill it out the side. Because you see here that this is letting water through above 0.6. These dams, the size of a dam is 0.65, right? So as soon as the dam should spill, the sluice gates on the top stops. So you might have like a little bit of spilling from time to time, but most of the time everything here is gonna stay just static. Same here. Above 0.55, I don't let water through, so the water should never spill over this dam. So basically I'm just not letting the water down unless I have a use for it downstream. And if I have unused water, whether it's because it's dirty or because I already have enough, I just spill out the... And because my water generation is done, my power generation is done here, I don't need a current. That's the key part. Most bases you see in Timberborn, or at least most bases I've seen, and what I did initially too, is you have water coming down here, spilling over your dam, spilling over here, etc. The only reason you ever need to do that is because you have your water wheel, I don't know, maybe over here. And to keep this water wheel powered, you're like, well, I don't have a choice. I have to have it, to have the water go through my dam. But when you start wanting to get rid of the bad water early, so it doesn't contaminate everything, because you could just flush everything in a bad water situation and just have enough reserves of clean water in tanks so that you may survive. And in this case, it's worse than a drought. If you do this, a bad water tide is just the exact same as a drought for you. It's just you're not getting any new clean water during this time, right? And the shame of it is during a bad water time, you have water flow, so you'd like to keep your industry running, if at all possible. Ooh, actually talking about keeping my industry running, we are in a drought at the moment. I do need to have my power wheel active if I want to run anything. So yeah, you'd like to keep your industry running during a bad water tide, so you don't want to treat it as a drought. There are two solutions to that. Either you completely decorrelate your power source, like I did here, from the bad water tide or like from the water management system. Most of the time you have a huge water reserve and you don't spend it for power. Yeah. Another solution is to have a lot of gravity storage. We're going to add some to survive droughts. And I suppose you could be like, well, I can handle a drought, so I can handle a bad tide, and let's just treat it as a drought. The third solution would be to have your power generation either a secondary power generation where you send your bad water, or the power generation before you split your clean water from the bad water. During wet seasons, you don't mind a few water wheels of unpure water. Yeah, it's just... I think it's just easier for like flow management, especially now that we can do like irrigation canals and all of that. It's just easier to have most of your base use static water, you know? And so you can still have water wheels either before you get rid of the extra water, or outside, like where you put your overflow. That's still perfectly workable solution. Come on, you have one more to do. One more metal block before we can actually activate this. It's working either way, so you consider it just preference? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. These are all perfectly valid solutions. As long as it works, you know? Let's see here. Let's start planning a little bit more. Yes, yes. And do we go straight? I suppose so. We don't have a huge need for this underground part anyway. I even wonder, so do I use this or do I put it on stilts? Maybe I just put it on stilts here. Like that. And then we have the levees here. Just like this? Yeah, I like that. The game is a little cropped on the right? Is it? Let me see. Let me see. Like 10 pixels? Oh yeah. Huh. And 1 pixel on the bottom. You're correct. Should be better now. Let me just check that everything still cropped. I don't think so. Like I did have a 1 pixel difference earlier. But at least on my screen you see everything. Are you trolling me? No, it's not. Not on my screen. Let me see on my... No, it's... I have the stream up, the modding interface on my other computer, and I do see it fully. I even see a space next to the clock like it should be. I don't know what's happening on your computer, Doran, but I think that's on your side. You got me worried here for a moment. You shared how it looks on Discord. Make me have a look. Yeah, that's not what I see on my computer. Maybe try to reload the page. But it's neither what I see on the preview screen, nor what I see on the computer that's modding my stream. That's interesting. Reload helped. I'm glad it did. For both your and my sanity. Twitch being twitchy, yeah, it has been known to be very twitchy lately. They changed stuff recently, and it definitely broke a few things. It looks like theater mode is enabled and is leaking into the chat. Yes, something like that, like something overlapping. I don't know, but like tons of people have been having issues with all sorts of things, like stuff like chat reloading at random and stuff like that. Twitch has been acting up, so I'm not surprised that Doran is having issues. Might as well just go like this. This is a fairly resource intensive project, but it's gonna help a lot in the long run. It's gonna tremendously help in the long run because stuff is going to zip around the base so much faster. How are we doing on food? I haven't looked at food in a while. What are those cassavas? So we have a little surplus of cassavas. That's pretty good news. Means we should be processing them full time. Not too mad about that. Ooh, yeah, water is suffering. Our water is really, really suffering. pizza time. Ooh. Soon sleep cause tired. Yeah. Yeah, have a great evening and have a great pizza time. I hope you enjoy the pizza. What are you having for pizza? And yeah, have a great night. Thank you for being with us. Meat lovers, some meat, salami, jalapenos. Ah, that sounds very good. You knew you'd ask. Yeah, of course I'd ask. And the next question, you already know the next question. Where's my slice? When can I expect a pizza? Should I plan a break immediately? It got some onions too. I don't mind, I like onions. I'm not one of those people who don't eat onions. I know a few, but I'm not one of them. I mean, just fly over. I wish. What are the people working on teleportation doing these days? You know, I'm still waiting. You don't trust people who don't like onions? There's another one in the freezer. I have this funny story from... so when I was at... well, I suppose you'd say... university. Bye-bye, Goo. I know you want pizza too. Blame Goo. I suppose you'd say university, even though it was not technically university. In France, we have... I think Nemo talked a little bit about that. In France, we have basically two systems for university level. We have university and we have what we call engineering schools, but which are not exactly the same as engineering that you'd see in Anglo-Saxon countries. It's not like an engineering department, it's more like scientific studying with maybe more of a focus on engineering and management. And more oriented towards industry than university, basically. The university is more oriented towards research, and engineering schools are more oriented towards industry. And so I did an engineering school, even though I ended up doing the research. And so when I was at school, I was organizing a festival like every year, basically, in my school. One of the associations was organizing a medieval fantasy themed festival, and I was one of the organizers for that. And I have a very good friend who was part of this as well. And he doesn't like onion at all. And so at some point we were cooking to prepare for the festival. And we come like to the place where we were preparing stuff with him, and suddenly I see him just stop in his tracks, saying nothing, just go back the other way and leave, basically running out of the building. I was like, what the fuck just happened? It turns out it was smelling very strongly of onions. And he was like, I'm out. He didn't set foot in this building for the next 3 weeks. That was a funny moment. Nerd. I mean, yeah. What's the problem with that? Everyone reacts differently on strong smells. You can handle onions, but when you are a kid, strong smell, instant headache. Yeah, I mean, especially if you dislike it. It's not just a strong smell, it's like specifically the strong smell of this thing. That was like, yeah, he was out of here. But like, the funny part is, like, I totally get being like, no, this smells way too strongly and like the smell sticks and this I cannot handle, right? The funny part was really like, he said nothing. He just turned around and left. It was that intense a reaction. Oh my god, so many metal blocks. What can I do here? There's really not much I can do. I suppose I can accelerate time. That's one thing I can do. Yeah, look at that. We are starting to run out of water now. Actively. Thankfully we just have like half a day left in the drought. Your grandfather had a few pig ranches after smelling a corpse box. In summer, you're not scared of any smell ever again. Yeah, pig ranches smell notoriously bad. Oh yeah, we did replace these by floodgates, so that means that the path isn't going through anymore. We should add a parallel path, so at least we can go through. Okay, almost done. Next order of business here. I think we remove one of these because now we want water to flow between these two things, right? Maybe two of them. And we replace them by this. And we're going to want to go grab what's at the bottom here. So. How do we do that? We do it like that. Got me worried for a moment. Yep. Something like this. And of course, we want stairs. Alright. So now my beavers should be able to access the bottom of the dam. Should be able to access the dam bottom. And so the water level over here, you see, is higher than the other side. But you see, we're still rejecting some of the water because we have just too much. And we don't want to flood stuff over here. They can pick up from height. I think there's a limit, isn't there? And also, like, the stuff that's in the middle, you want to be able to access. No limit? Oh. Oh, yeah. It does seem like... But anyway, long term, we are going to want to access the bottom to plant explosives and stuff, so... It's fine. It doesn't hurt. And if it does, we can always remove it. At some point we're going to dig irrigation tunnels, this kind of stuff, so... Okay, this is running again, so this can stop. That means more jobs available. Should I have more haulers? I think I should. We're going to leave 2 science running. Because we really need to transport more stuff, so these are more active. Yes, so here you can see that the power is transmitted to the building. So that's one experiment done, and it's not transported to the tube. Second experiment done. Very good to know. Does the clock move? It does! Nice. Are the clocks synchronized? Yeah, I think they are. Okay, so we basically doubled our water storage. Very happy about that. So next, what's next? I think next up we want to start having the gravity thing. How are we going to do that? I think... Okay, idea. How about... we have a little platform here above the path, you know. Then on top of the platform we could have a power shaft. Although we don't necessarily need a power shaft, do we? They do transmit power between them, so we can directly have the gravity batteries like next to each other. Like this. Come on. Thank you. I can't put them inside. I could put them outside if I didn't have this big tank. I think for now we can just have a power shaft here. And so that means, yeah, we probably do what Spark was talking about and we run a power shaft above this, right? Hey, J-Mog, lurk in school. Oh, have a good studying time. So thank you for the lurk, anyway. Happy Wednesday. Let's see, we can do this. And a little bit of that. Yes, yes. And then we can run the power shaft along. And here we are going to have to run it behind because we can't go above the building with our platforms, but that's okay. Oh. That is a little bit awkward, but we can make it work. Yeah, we can make it work. What we're going to do is we're going to remove these two trees here. We're gonna have to wait for them to remove that. Let's set them as high priority. You're gonna be high priority too. And you... gonna be medium priority. Catch me later? Yeah, for sure. Where is the tube cannon sending beavers out into the universe? I don't think we can. Not that I know of, at least. It could be fun to have beavers flying from cliff to cliff, you know. Little cannon over here. Pew, poof. Straight into the mine. Beaver space program, yeah. BSP1. Yeah, we don't want to do BSP2. There's zipline, yeah, not with this tribe. This tribe has tubes and the other one has ziplines. BSP2 is a one-way ticket into the sun. Yeah. At least a trebuchet. Yeah, exactly that. At least. Tubes are not as versatile as ziplines. I think they're faster, right? Movement speed is 300%. I think ziplines are more like 150%, if I'm correct. But they take a little bit more setup. Oh, they are more versatile. I suppose the ziplines can only easily go in straight lines. So you can get easier into more cramped corners with tubes. So there is that, for sure. Like you can easier turn, you can branch off, stuff like that. Which you can't with the zip lines. So for sure the zip lines are a little bit... Well, they need to be used differently, right? Beavers can enter the tube line and build it from the inside. Oh, that's fun. I didn't know that. Yeah, so you can fit it into a 1x1 tunnel underground and just have it go through, and you don't have to dig another tunnel on the side of it. That makes sense. Oh, you don't need to put them on scaffolding? You mean I could go in the air? With my tubeway? No, I can't. And what about vertical tubeway? The tubes can be scaffolding. Yeah. Okay, so we have transport toward the water. So now we should be much better with the water in here. Actually, not that much. I'm starting to think, yeah, we're low on water. We need another pump. Alright, let's put in another pump. And you're high priority. You think I need more than 4? Well, I suppose we'll see. We always have the ones on top that we can activate in an emergency. It's just that they're better placed at the bottom. Because they have access to the whole reserve of water, you know? So this is gonna be priority 1. Then we want the power shaft, please. Yeah, you can all be accessed. That's good. Are you staff? Yes, you are. Why are you not running? Ah, because there's a path below. Yeah, you can flip buildings. Yes. You can flip every building. Oh, since update 7? Oh, nice. Hey Vane, how are you doing? Welcome in. How are you doing, friend? Ah, yeah, it's going great. Like, look at my cute beavers. Aren't they the best? Look at them. The little beaver farmer with his little hat. They're just so cute. So freaking cute. Digging around. Transporting food. When they cut trees, they nibble on them, which is absolutely the cutest. You've never seen half of these buildings? I can give you a look around the base if you want. So, let's see. So here we have the start of what's going to be our habitation skyscraper. So we have large barracks in there. With a little... stairwell that's going to go up and up to allow them to access the upper floor. So you see I've already prepared the upper floor. Here we have the little research complex. Here we have the same kind of concept but with a storage area. And you have like 2 staircases that interlock with each other. So you go there, you go there, you go there, you go there. So you go up by one floor each time, and you can access everything, and you have one on each side. Here you have a little bit of an industrial area. I'm doing planks, I'm doing gears, I'm doing metal blocks, I'm fermenting food, which is powered by the two water wheels down here. We have a little continuation of the industrial area over here. Over here we have the more farming oriented areas. Here we have the baby vats. We're breeding in here. Like, look, we have the tiny beavers growing in vats in here. And so here we just put in, that's the last thing, we haven't finished putting it in. We have tubeways. So it's a fast means of transport that's available to the Iron Teeth tribe. And so basically they can go in here, zip through, go in here. You can go in here, zip through, go over here, all of that. So it allows for faster transport, for logistics and workers and all of that. And we have a whole water dam over here. We are currently building gravity storage. So we're going to have gravity powered batteries over here to keep the power up during the droughts. We are collecting water, and here we have an old human city. These suckers died. It turns out they were stupider than they thought. But that's okay, because that's good scrap metal for us. So, sucks to be them, good to be us, you know? Yeah, that's the Iron Teeth beavers. So, that's one thing that's interesting with what they did. I'm just discovering the game, so that's completely new to me. My other save that I played on my side is with the other tribe. And I find it very interesting that they have a very different set of buildings between the Iron Teeth and the other tribe. So, like, you have different water wheels. These ones have more powerful water wheels. You have more powerful power shaft. You have different housing options. These ones, the Iron Teeth, don't breed normally. The folktail, yes, thank you. The folktails, they have space in their bedrooms. They're gonna be breed. The Iron Teeth, if you don't build a breeding pod, they're never gonna breed, so you're going to just die of old age, right? Power shafts are equal. So the power shaft itself, yes, but the power wheel is more powerful with the Iron Teeth, and the water wheel is more powerful as well. So you have access to better option to power stuff up. And like the fermenter doesn't exist in for the folktails. I think you have a packager or something like that. There is space in their houses. Just how advanced is that? Yeah, but there's many more people. Like there's how many of that is that in the large barracks? It's 18 or something like that? 16. So like, yeah, sure, it's a 3x3x2, but it's 60 freaking beavers. It's much more dense, actually. Folktails have a hamster wheel and medium water wheel, yeah. Oh, the universe itself is in their houses. Is it? Oh, yes, I see stars. They live like drones, yeah. In my folktale save, I have like 200 beavers and like 200 robots. Transitioning to robots is kind of fun too. I almost killed my colony doing it. Is this progressing any? Oh, we need metal. Yeah, of course we need metal. Yeah, so you were saying these are not running, it's a logistic issue, I think. Although, no, we're out of iron scrap. Ooh, interesting. Well, I suppose it's time to put in more iron scrapping. Bring forth the second scavenger. Reject the flesh, become the machine. Yeah, I think technically it's possible to have technically it's possible to have a colony that's purely robots, which is kind of fun. I have 9 jobs unfulfilled, yes, but 8 of them are the researchers, right? And I can go down a little bit in the hauling because they increased quite significantly the number of haulers. So if I have less problems with the hauling and more problems with the iron collection, well, so be it. I reduce the number of haulers. So I'm not too worried about anything less than like 10. If it's below 8 job vacancies, I'm super good. Because it means that whatever is below 8 is just powering the science, and right now I'm not hurting for science. We're not supplying all the demand, so we're gonna need more water wheels. Right about now, basically. So let's start planning that. And I'm going to want a little platform. Where is it? Right here. Yes, yes. Oh, that sucks. Well, I suppose. Nope, not both of them. Just one. Perfect. And then can I stack it directly on top? No, I cannot. And if so, can I connect to the side of this? Is this a valid connection for power? I'm not sure actually. No, it's not. Dang it. Oh well. It's fine, I can connect on this side. And I suppose I do want a staircase right here. Okay, perfect, perfect. And I should probably prioritize that over this, because right now it's not... Like, it's useless to start having the batteries before I can generate enough power to fill the batteries. You've lost internet for like 3 minutes, oh no. We're still here. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. It's fine, it's a relatively slow-paced game anyway. I think it's the kind of games where, like, if you lose a few minutes, it's no biggie. If the colony is about to die, it's gonna take longer than 3 minutes. You hope I wasn't talking about something important? I couldn't say. You know how streaming goes. Did you get your shoutout actually? Did the bot give you a shoutout? They did? Okay. Oh yes, I was looking at the wrong part of my screen. I was like, wait, I don't see shoutouts going out. What's going on? The bot was botty. That's good, that's good. You know, once in a while I notice that somebody that really should get a shoutout didn't get one, so... There you go. Get another one. So yeah, I was saying, you know how streaming goes. You say stuff, and like about half a second later, you've already forgotten what you were saying. You do again, yeah. Cody lurks in the shadows. She says not, but she sees everything. Then she will see this boop. Yeah. Boop. Boop. I need to fix a crackling sound that happens once in a while. I don't know why it crackles like that at the start. Ooh, bat died. Nice. Oh no, I'm getting boops. The boopocalypse. It is coming. It has cometh. Boop. We need more food. We need more food. Boop. What do I do? Although... Should I extend the fields? Because it feels like they're struggling already with what they have. I have trouble evaluating how much they can handle. These farmers. You bought a cassava to try cooking it, but it took way too long and it went bad. Oh no. Oh, you took way too long and it went bad. Oh no. So you got a fermented cassava? Big bump? Oh, apologies. Sorry. Bonk. Oh, you didn't get the bonk sound. Is it on bonk or is it on slippers? I don't remember even. Guess it fermented itself, yeah. Although I'm not sure how nice it is to have uncontrolled fermentation. Fondue. You're trying to use Guppy's commands. Let me check which command is it that has a sound effect. You know what I should do? I should make an SFX command that lists them. Yeah, it is a bonk command. It does only have a 20% chance. I should increase it. Let's go 50-50. Here we go. A 50% chance. I was not supposed to be alive. Silly bot.
Yes, fight my minions.
Yeah, Cody was at TwitchCon. Hey Kaz, how are you doing? Cookies, steal them all and sit in a corner munching them. They're supposed to be distributed evenly. 281 cookies is way too much for just you, Kaz. You've never heard me
Sound like a dark glow.
No, you have. I had fun doing that one. I don't care, I need cookies. Oh no, are you okay, Kaz? Has it been a hard day? Is it going to the water wheel? Yeah. That takes a lot to build. Let's set this one to secondary priority. We don't need to have both of them built on high priority. Although I would really like for them to build this, but it needs metal. We're using it as we go, we just don't have enough, you know. Have I seen your hand arm? No, did you hurt yourself? Oh no. I'm trying to remember if you shared pics where I can see them. I mean, probably, but I'm in a bunch of Discords, so... Like... There's very few Discords where I follow everything, unless my attention gets... Like, unless I get pinged somewhere. Like, that's my problem with Discord. There's like just too many channels, too much going on everywhere. I can't. I don't have the attention span to follow everything. You shared it in Rakai's. I don't even know if I'm in Rakai's, to be honest. Possibly. Shared it in mine. Oh no! Oh, you got bitten pretty hard. Ouch. Am I in Rakai's server? I don't know. To be honest. I think I'm not. Scratched by your child. Wow. That's a scratch and a half. These kids are savages. Evil thing, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, cookies for Kaz. Well, that looks like you've been bitten by a feral animal or something. Added to the other injuries. Oh no. Almost there. Only 4 blocks left. Like, we have plenty of scrap metal, but it's just the logistics. We're struggling with the logistics. I can put back 2 logistics guys. And stop the science. We don't need it right now, but... Like, as soon as this station is finished, it's going to be, like, 1,000 times faster. Because the logistics guys can zip around between this and this and... Like, look, you have like 4 of them ferrying stuff along. Oh, this is... This doesn't need to be active, to be honest. Well, I suppose now it's going to have pretty much cut everything up there, so that's... At least there's that. Autistic children? Yeah. Sometimes it can be difficult. My niece has this problem a little bit. She's autistic as well, and in some cases she has this big crisis where she just loses control and starts hitting people, and it's the part that really sucks is there's really nothing anybody can do about it. Like, she doesn't control it. There's no real good way to control it. Because he's a secret MMA fighter, yeah. Hey, Sally, how are you doing? Hydrate. Ooh, yes. Let me grab my water. Maybe I should mute. I don't know if the clanging is really a great thing you wanna hear. Oh, we have more children We're at 50 adult beavers. That's pretty good. You like it? Well, good, I suppose. I almost want to relocate that to have it like right here. But we're giving them enough work at the moment. I think we shouldn't go too hard on that. We need the power, we need all the things. Because right now everything is working at a slow pace. Although we are still not great on supplies for the smelters anyway. Almost there. 2 more metal blocks and we're there. Why do the company ask you to fill out an application if they are also going to blooming us for the blooming CV? Yeah. It's like they want to do automatic screening, but also they want to see your CV, and it's like you're just making me do the work twice or 3 times. You are not asked to fill any forms, only to give them proper information for security checks? But swearing is fun. What are we doing on water? We are recovering on water. So I think we're okay. We could probably... well, we're still in a bad tide, so let's wait on that. But... like, we're doing okay on water right now. That's good, that's good. But tide. Yeah, we have a butt tide. That sounds very wrong. Do I need more wood? Not really. I think I might start another farming area down there. Okay, so it seems... I don't know, I feel like they can't keep up with that already. I feel like the farmers are not keeping up with what they have already. Do I have one farm to collect and one to plant? No, I just have them doing all the work. Why is it more efficient to have them separate the work, you think? They'll do both, yeah, but both jobs need to be done. If they can do both, it means... you know, if they are allowed to do both, it means they do whatever is most needed at the time. If there's nothing to plant, The problem is if I set one of the on planting priority, it means if there's nothing to plant, they're just doing nothing. Otherwise, they just pick a job at random. But that means everything is always planted, and the rest of the time they spend collecting stuff, you know? Planting farm will collect anyway? Then what is the point? It's only about priority. So if I plant... Ah, but it's... Oh, prioritize action. Well, I suppose by default they prioritize planting. So I suppose if I prioritize harvesting by default... I see they're not keeping up because one part becomes unplanted. Yeah. Which I think is what we're going to observe. Anyway. Like the simple fact that there is some stuff that's left uncollected, to me screams they're not keeping up with the job. There's no better farm, is there? No. So I suppose I just have to... add more farmers. You always have one planting, one harvesting, so you never have empty slots. Yeah, but that would be the same if you left them by default. Because they would plant everything, and then if there's empty spots, they collect. If there's no empty spots, they collect. That's what was happening here, right? Here we are going to have slots open because I set them to harvesting priority now. They will clean the whole field, then plant it. So you will have waves of production. No, by default they were planting, like they were on priority planting. If they are on priority planting, they are planting stuff as they collected. That's what you were seeing. The field was full. They weren't cleaning the whole field before planting again. The current state? Yeah, what I'm saying is setting one to planting, one to collecting doesn't change anything over just leaving it to planting priority. I don't see how it changes. You're going to have to explain to me what changes. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see how. Has anyone made any lewd jokes about beavers? I made a few. You can be first. One will always go harvesting, the other one will plant. Harvesting is faster than planting, yes, but if everything is planted, like if you want everything to be planted, then once everything is planted, they just spend the rest of the time harvesting anyway. So as long as you have enough people planting that like even if they're on planting priority, right? You're trying to do this stupid application form. You're almost done. This is day 3 and it's almost done. Ooh. Well, that's good that it's almost done at least. Okay, so this is generating power now. So we are generating 1000 horsepower. So, and we finally have the tubeway station. Ah, finally. Good. And the bad side ended. All the good news. Look at that, this is so much faster. And poof, they're back. This is going to improve my logistics so much. And here we go. The scrap metal is right here. Now, of course, I need 2 of them. But yeah, incredible. More logistics. I want more logistics. I demand more logistics. So, what's lacking materials? Oh, this is too far now. Okay, I can do that then. Better? No? Ooh. Alright, I'm going to need a little access. It's too high, yeah, that's what I suspected, but earlier it was telling me that it was okay, so I was like, okay, I'm trusting you. And I shouldn't have. Never trust a beaver. Quality of beaver's life, also improve productivity and movement speed. Yeah, we should get on that. You've told me? Imagine a streamer reading chat. Come on, I read almost everything. I'm pretty good on this. But it doesn't mean that I retain the information. That's the trick. Reading is one thing. Understanding is another thing entirely. Yes, so something that's not too resource intensive and that improves their lives. Shower could be a nice one. Now that we do have water. That would be useless. A scratcher could be fun. Let's give them a shower. or two. The worry is that it's gonna consume a little bit of water, but yeah. And I normally read it pretty close to it being typed, yeah. Normally. It's not such a fast going chat that I can't read it unless I'm hyper focusing on something, you know. That happens, but yeah. Generally I manage to follow. At least more or less. I don't have campfire and rooftop terraces. Yeah. Well, it's not fully used is the thing. Like they could use it more. It's not fully booked. So I'm wondering if it's a question of quantity or placement or something else. I don't have enough time to use it fully, I suppose. Yeah, but you see, I could imagine it being like full for a few hours. Here it's never reaching the maximum. But I suppose I could put another campfire, it doesn't cost much. Where should I put it? Maybe there? Sure. More beavers! I don't know that our food production can sustain more beavers at the moment. We're cutting it pretty close on food production, to be honest. Same for the water, actually. But the water we've increased storage, so we should be able to increase the production easily, but the food production is more of a concern at the moment. Like we have berries, but that's the last thing they eat. They only eat berries if they have nothing else available, and you see that we're running out of everything else. So that's not amazing. Although we do manage to feed everybody with what we're producing. So at least there's that. But definitely we're going to need more if we need to increase, if we want to increase. You want to flip one farm to planting over... To harvesting over planting, you mean? Yeah, harvesting over planting, I can do that. I don't think it's gonna change anything. I don't think it's going to noticeably change anything. But I could be wrong. Maybe it's more efficient. Yeah, it does not change in 10 minutes, I get some subs. That's a pretty sweet deal, especially since I'm pretty sure I win. Also, I mean, slow speed, we should really get to faster speed. Whee! Look at them zooming around. So, what next? Hey, look, I'm giving you the best chance. I multiplied the speed by 3. You know? No, instead of 10 minutes, you get 30 minutes. The only thing is it means we need to not touch the farming for 10 minutes. Otherwise it's unfair. Ah, we finally have our first battery coming up. Let's see. You are first priority. Yeah, I suppose we are getting some usage on that, some pretty good usage, so... Well, it might make them more happy. Yeah, the campfire happiness is increasing. That's good. And we are also increasing wet fur. And do they have 2 spots on each one? Yeah, they do. Rooftop terraces? Yeah, I'm debating whether I add another floor of housing right now. I think I do. I add another floor of housing, that way we're set for the future, you know? Because otherwise then I have to remove the terraces and put them back in. Usually build them on top of platform. My plan is to build it on the rooftop. Did we unlock them? They're unlocked by default. We can put in like 2 of them. How are we doing now? We have a lot of planks. We are slowly filling up the planks production. We don't have enough cogs. But I suppose we are building with gears a lot right now. So that kind of makes sense. I'm debating maybe shifting this smelter down there and having another gear factory. Do they work at the same rate? So this is a plank every 1.3 hours. This is consuming a plank every 3 hours. So one of these should fit like 2 of these and a bit. Okay, so it's not a 1-to-1, so it makes no sense to arrange it like that. So we can just add one. Look at the field. It's planted but so much less grown plants waiting. Yeah, you might be correct, actually. The question... Why would they do that? Are they waiting around? Because normally I don't see them waiting around when it's fully planted. So why is it behaving like that? Maybe because they're walking less between jobs? Because somebody is always like harvesting, so it's just walking less. Was it either that or a timeout? Harvesting is faster? Yeah, but... still, I think it should only make a difference if the field is too big for them, right? There's no walking to the same spot for Harvester. Yeah. No, he was giving subs if it was wrong. Yeah, no, I mean, I do understand, Doran, that you have more experience than I do in the game, so that's why I'm like, I don't see why it would be like that, but I'm willing to test it, but I don't understand why, even though it, like, obviously you're right. I still don't understand why it's like that. It makes no sense to me. Like, if they can keep up with the whole field, I'd expect either mode to be equivalent, basically. If you see what I mean. So I suppose I should have 2 on harvesting, 2 on planting. Does it mean Alester owes the run a sub? I can't really order run a sub given that he's already sub. It wouldn't work. Can't gift a sub to someone who's already subbed, unfortunately. Alright, let's do half and half then. I don't get why it's better, but it is obviously better. So, huh? Ooh, yeah. Let's burn the rooftops. This is different than the Folktales, isn't it? They have a different rooftop terrace, I think. Oh, thanks for the sub, Odie. Get subbed. Thanks for the resub. If there's anything to harvest, they won't plant. Yeah. Yeah, but like, my intuition is that it should only change the order in which they do things, right? And if the field is small enough that they can keep up, it should only change the order in which they do the jobs, not the fact that they should do all the jobs. Because the total amount of time that's required to do all the jobs that are available isn't different. The only difference should be if the field is too big and then they can't keep up, so you tell them like what to prioritize. There is transit time, yes, so I suppose it must minimize transit time this way. Probably. With either fully prioritized, you always have empty field or fully growing. Yeah. Well, at least they try to, but you know, once you've emptied the field, you replant everything. But I suppose... I suppose, yeah, if you do all the jobs as one, it comes in waves, and so you're leaving some spots unattended. So in average, it takes longer to grow a plant. Maybe that's what's going on. Unsure. We have a bunch of unfulfilled jobs. Oh, yeah. So we shouldn't go too much higher. But we do have a bunch more food available now. So I suppose we could do one more of that. Thank you, Dorvan. Starting a high frame too. Anyway, I'm not that evil. It's not evil, like you won your bet. One does not need a deal to gift the stuff. That's very sweet of you, Doran. Thank you very much. You bunch of cuties. Alright, let's get 11 more babies on the way. Although it's gonna increase slightly because their lifetime expectancy should increase. They're at plus 20%. Yeah, it increases at 17, so we have quite a bit of margin before it jumps again, I think. We're at what, 10, 11 max? So we should be fine. Right now, what's our oldest? We have 55. We do have a medical bed, I think. "56." 56 seems to be the oldest. Which means they die at like 56 or 57. Who are they getting injured? I think in the factories at random. Because what I've observed in my other save is that if you give the factory jobs to bots, you get a lot less injuries. Like, I get like, from having 200 beavers, I had like 10 or 11 injured at any one time when they were working all jobs. And when they move away from industrial jobs and more towards like construction or logistics and stuff like that, I'm more at like 1 or 2 injured. Farming also seems to not injure them a lot. It's with Tails. It could be different with the RNTs actually. You could have different probabilities for different jobs that depend on the tribe. I'm not sure. But you also seem to start getting injuries when you start doing industry. Where are my... Yeah, we have a medical bed over here. We have one medical bed, which I think for the moment is enough. Looks like my harvester for mangroves is not fast enough. It's just out of range. It's just out of range of the harvester, this little bit. Move him then. Problem is the stairs. I think I need to add a second, but do I need to is the question. And this part would be out of range of the forester. I have enough stairs, yeah, but the distance, you know, the path, the range they have depends on the shortest path. So if I add another, like if I add one here, it's going to go less far this way. Let me show you. Or at least I think so. No? Wait, maybe I'm wrong again. What's going on here? Oh wait, no, this one is, yeah. So it's this way. I'm mixing it up with the forester. So yeah, you see if like if I add the forester like this, it goes up by one tile. Yeah. I can add it closer here. I suppose it does somewhat work. I don't know. Choo choo. Ooh yeah. Oh, you got an emote. Thanks for the hype train. Another harvester, not a forester. Yeah, but if I make another harvester, either I do it just for this tiny bit, or I want to plant further, which I think I would like to do, but to do that I do need another forester because this is a range limit on it, you know? Like, my range limit is not really the harvester here, it's more the forester. Though I suppose once it's planted I can stop it. Placing one that covers the entire current field, that's a problem. It's like, this is the best I can do pretty much. Already. I can't do much better. So let's add stairs here. Generally, once we get to terraforming stuff, it's going to make things easier for us. Where is it? I lost my mangrove. No, wait, I need to do the forester first. Yeah, so I can do that and then I get everything on that side. And then I can plant all of this and have another harvester that harvests this side. But I suppose once it's planted, I don't really need the forester to keep running. This one I'm going to keep running because it plants these trees. So this one takes care of these trees. But this one, once it's planted, there's no real need to keep the pit. Unless it dries out, yeah, but that shouldn't happen. And then I can have a gatherer that can hit all these places. Right. They have a little bit of overlap, which is fine. Which probably means I need some sort of little storage next to it for the fruits. Where's the mango fruits? Come on. Mango fruit. Oh, right. Good, good. So this is getting planted. Like we can keep the building here, we can just pause it. You know, like we did for the water things. We have ads going on. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. So I can get more coffee. We're going to be back in like 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The time it will take me to make coffee. Don't go anywhere. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Alright, so your field is fully planted, that's great. We're gonna need like 10 days for it to grow. It's gonna take a little bit, but I suppose we can stop the forester now. The holding post is at full power. Good, good. Berry storage is full. Kohlrabi storage is full. We seem to be doing pretty well overall. Oh, very happy about that. Looks like I overproduce kohlrabi. Yeah, that's fine. That's space for growth, you know. And underproduce cassava. Yeah, but we have more space for growth on cassava. So I'm okay with that. We have increased the efficiency of the farm, so can we increase the size of the farm now? Actually. That would be pretty sweet. Do we keep this spot for another farm maybe? Yeah. I think we do. That's cassava. Remember, you need berries to reproduce? Yes, but we can replant berries. So I'm not too worried. We need to keep some production of berries, whatever tribe we're working with. But that's something that we can plant with the forester. So if we need to remove the berries from here and displace the berries production somewhere else, that's absolutely something we can do. As long as we have fertile land. That's the only limitation, isn't it? Then we're surviving through the whole drought too. The storage is doing so much better. We are running out of gravity batteries, I suppose. So that's maybe a concern. Let's produce manual power. Why are they saying 0? No, it's not 0 anymore. Yeah, it's just the new batteries coming in. But definitely we don't have enough to survive a whole drought. Is what this is saying. I think... Okay, so we could have gravity batteries over here, but we could only have one unless we move that to the outside. So I think that's what we're going to do. Let's move these outside. And then we can have the little bridge like that. And like this. And we'll have to see where we put the batteries and all that, but you know. That's good. You would move them to the other bank of the river? Yeah, I was considering that. That would also make use of this gatherer. That's a pretty good idea. I do like this idea. And there's not a lot else we can do with this space anyway. So. Actually, we're going to have a small berry storage here. A very small storage. Badumch. Phoebe is like, I'm out. I am out of here. These are trees, yeah, but we need more space for trees anyway. And we have a bunch of trees extra. It's this space that we need to reclaim. We have enough berries production overall, we just need to reclaim this space, so... You don't see Hebe's messages? No, I'm just imagining what she would say. Or might have said. If she's listening. And so we can remove this whole berry field. Which also means this gatherer flag goes away. And this small warehouse goes away. Phoebe isn't even here. She was here earlier, she might be lurking for all I know. Yeah, she is. See? Calling Hebe out of lurk. How rude. Get a shout out. Oh, sorry, Hebe. It wouldn't let me at you. Rude, rude, Alistair. It's not my doing. Don't blame me. Okay, we're doing good here. That's great. And now you're stealing cookies from Hebe. I hope you enjoy ginger snap. Ginger. That sounds numb. All the cookies. That's a lot of cookies. Oh, talking about battery mess, we don't have to be pushing anymore. Good, good, good. A lot of ginger snaps, yeah. Chat really likes them. Hey Infinity, how are you doing? Are you here for the ginger snaps too? It's a magic cookie jar, it's always full. Can't blame them, ginger snaps are amazing. Okay, so more batteries. We need more batteries. More power! I want all the power. Should I do this one? Probably not worth it. Even this one, well, we can always remove what's below. That should be better. And then we can have little power shaft up there. Poof, poof, poof. A sneaky power shaft. Time to watch some Adam Savage building things. Oh, I do enjoy watching him from time to time as well. Have a good luck, Doran. Infinity doesn't like ginger, so maybe chalky chips instead? Yeah, that can be chalky chips. The only question is what is in Hebe's cookie jar, isn't it? Kind of Hebe to remember that, yeah. Halloumi is so squeaky. I don't even... What is halloumi? Oh yes, yes, I do remember that. Yeah, it is squeaky, that's true. Yeah, it's Greek cheese. I don't have it very often. I haven't had it very often. I don't know if you find it a lot in France. Maybe not. Possibly not. So, how are we doing? Pretty good so far. I suppose we should start planning towards an iron mine, a proper iron mine. Where would we build that? What's the closest? Maybe here is the closest, I suppose. We can probably have a little pathway that connects over here. Yeah. With a hypertube. Let's do that. Let's start building that. That way when we need it, we have it. Oh. It is one higher. Almost didn't notice. Boop, boop. Yeah, I need to fix that sound. Boop, boop. Maybe like Mew has a fight on people. Yours doesn't contain birth dates, however. Just the weirdest little fun facts. Isn't it cheaper to unlock bridges? That's a good point. I could. How long would it need to be? 7? And that's 6 long. So I would still need 1 support. But I do prefer the ID. Yeah, let's do that. We have a little bit of science going on, so that's fine. We're going to need 1.8 thousand. It means we're going to need... Oh no, not even metal? I'm surprised by that. Yeah, we're pretty much full on iron blocks now. That's good. Okay, so let's reduce a little bit the workload on hauling so we can get full research. So we can get faster with 1.8 thousand science. Here we go. That's why I have this extra research stuff. And just like that. Yeah, it's a suspension bridge, no need of metal, I suppose, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Back to Adam. And so what about here? How long is this? Give me that. That's 7.2, but if I just fill this gap, that should be good. Let's see. Is it a 3? No, it's a 2. Yay, perfect. Oh, the only thing... Ah. What about Hypertube? I suppose I'm going to have to unlock an overhang. Is what I'm going to have to do. Now that's 3000. I don't have the science for that. So that might be a bit of an issue. Please cut all of that. So I suppose we reduce the hauling again. What else can I do right now? I would need science to unlock the tapper's check, which I don't have, and then the wood workshop. So that's going to have to be tabled for now. Engine, I suppose, burns wood. So it would be more efficient than this, but yeah. Science. Does require horsepower. How much am I overproducing? Not quite enough. If I want to do the advanced science machine, I'm going to need more. Oh no, I made a mistake here, didn't I? That's one thing I wish we could do, would be able to replace like a double platform by 2 single platforms, you know? Because now I've placed a double platform here, I'm going to need to destroy this water wheel if I want to replace its supports. Unless, is there a way around that? Does any of you know a way around that? And the reverse is true too, like if for example you dig a large underwater cavern, underground cavern, you may want to replace all the single platforms it makes by double or triple platforms, because you know it's kind of useless to have all these little single platforms and it clogs your vision. But you pretty much have to destroy everything and then rebuild everything if you want to do that. That's a bit annoying. Yeah, I suppose we're going to have to replace it like that. Oh well. I tried to be too clever for my own good. Because now I'm going to want to build a second set of water wheels and I'm going to want the path to come through. Right? So where would I build the water wheel? Nope, not this. Right here, I suppose? So this one needs to go one higher. And this is going to require support. You know what? Sure. I don't want to take the risk a second time. There we go. And so that's going to give us a lot of power over production, which should enable us to make more advanced science that can run maybe like full time, for example. One thing is, oh, what did I do here? Oh, we do have a clean water source here that we could exploit. Like we could build a second dam here and start exploiting this land because, well, pretty much where we are, you know. Hmm, that's an idea. That's not a bad idea even. I suppose it is the next place we expand to. And so I was thinking here probably the science comes over here, right? We can have a little bit of the science corner, we have readily access to the power shaft, and we can build the new science over here. And sure, that means that the mining is gonna have to wait, but that's not big deal. If need be, we can still like build our way over here, start exploiting this. Build our way over here, start exploiting this, you know. There are stuff we can do without having to have completed the whole thing. I'm shrimping. Bad, Alastor. Bad posture. The question would be, if we do that, where do we evacuate the bad tide? I kinda almost want to do it underground, you know, eventually. Like have a little bit of a diversion that takes the back tide over there and the back tide, or over here maybe, and exits it over here. Or even just throws it out here. I suppose there's no harm in throwing it off the map. Yeah. We could start construction of the mine though. That's something we can absolutely still do. No, we can't. I'm lying, we can't. We can't because, well, we haven't unlocked it. So what did I need to unlock here? I need to unlock the next science so I can be more efficient with my science. It's 1.5k. Okay. I have one more worker available, so we can put it on logistics. Good, good. This is working well. Yeah. This is getting built. We are lacking a bit in the gears department, but that's only because we are consuming a crap ton of them. So that's okay. Well-being. Can I do anything else for their well-being right now? Not really. I could unlock the scratcher. But then that would mean spending science. And I'm kinda short on science at the moment. Would it give them any productivity bonus? You get a bonus at 15, so no, just adding a structure post probably wouldn't do any better. So I don't think it's my priority right now. I think my priority right now would actually be more beavers. I suppose. Wait a minute, not here. That's not a baby tank, that's a water tank. Don't put the babies in the water tank. I mean, they might appreciate it, but it's not very efficient. Though I suppose it is a decent spot for 2 baby tanks. Alright, so that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're going to grow towards 77 population. More beavers, yeah! Yep, yep. And that means I'm starting to get beavers that have no jobs. So what do? I'm going to grow my industry here. I think is the next move. I know we are going to need a crap ton of planks, probably a lot of gears as well. What do I start with? Also, where's the dynamite stuff? In the science, I suppose? Grease factory, control tower, bot assembler, a bot part, number cruncher, no. Where is it? I could go into more advanced foods too soon. Oh, it's in the water, right. Yeah, the centrifuge is there. Wait, but that's not... Ah, dynamite factory, right here, which requires bad water. So I would require a bad water pump, and then the dynamite factory. I could do that. Jobless beavers, better than... Nope, can't type that. Mm-hmm. I see how it is. I mean, what do you mean? My poor innocent mind doesn't understand. We're starting to have a few injured beavers. Beaverless jobs. Yeah, I can't have that. Right, let's add another beaver bed so we have enough spots for our beavers to recover from their from their injuries. And we have enough science to unlock the number cruncher. The fierce number cruncher. Oh, we can probably do a plus. We can assemble them like that. I do like that. That's making my brain go brr. Here we go, tons of power. We have 1,000 extra power supply, which we are going to immediately consume. So we should probably start building the next water wheel, shouldn't we? Which might be a slight issue, actually. Not a large power wheel. A water wheel. Yeah, no, actually that's fine. We can do things like that. We just need... Right, we need the platform over here. We can absolutely do it. And you're back. Welcome back, Doran. More power! I need more power! Look at them getting trapped. I'm sure they're gonna get trapped. Although if they build the water wheel first, maybe not. Maybe we'll be fine. We will see. We shall see. Yeah, this is getting kinda low. But it's okay. How fast are they going to produce? It doesn't say over here. Does it say over here? 10 science per hour, and this one is 1 science per hour. So like one of these is going to replace more than these 8 running full time. And it's not gonna take any beaver. Can you imagine that they didn't have auto-configuring power shaft before? Yeah, that must have been annoying. It would be nice if they did the same for the scaffolding. So you don't have to destroy the scaffolding to split it or merge it. have them do something similar where you can like transition between the different types of scaffolding. Another issue I've been having is with platforms, actually, overhangs and platforms. Like, you cannot build a scaffolding directly, or a block or anything directly under the plateau of the platform. So that means that if you need to remove the platform, unless it's dirt on top, because dirt can overhang a little bit, unless you have dirt on top and supports on the side and all that prep work, if for example you have levees on top of your platform, everything's going to immediately collapse. And so it makes moving platforms extremely annoying, because you can have a whole structure. I'm having the problem at the moment in my other save. I'm building hanging gardens, basically, agricultural platforms, and I want to build on the top platform a reservoir of water and a pumping system. And so I did a pumping system, and then I realized that it wasn't powerful enough. I was like, okay, let's redo the pumping system, but better. But I realized that to do that, I need to move some of the platforms on the lower levels. And if I do that, basically the entire tank and several of the intermediate steps and all the irrigation channels they contain, everything is going to collapse. So I'm going to kill all the platforms, or to have to do something extremely complicated to be able to modify. You've never seen real reasons to use huge metal platforms. It gives you more space, you know, it allows you to be like, okay, horizontally I've used all the space I can, and it gives me an opportunity to build a large flat space where I can have another large flat space on top of it, and another one, and have layers like that. And it makes like doing basically hydroponics, right? It should be a killer feature for the diorama map though. Yeah, for the diorama map it would be really great, but like at a certain point the amount of land you have is not enough to sustain a certain number of population. Once you reach, like, I have, what, 200 beavers, 200 bots at the moment. And if I want to grow that number, I need more agricultural space, basically. It also allows you, for example, it can be a good thing to build a very high platform, so you can have a storage of water that is higher than any feature on your map, so that your irrigation channels can just water everything from this reservoir. That can be another nice feature that you can use that for. So yeah, there are definitely use cases for it to be nice. It's not necessary all the time, but it can be used and useful. But it's made less useful by the fact that it's very, very annoying to set up. Alright. Nice. That's one number crunching. Iron Teeth have hydroponics, but you should not tackle it before you have really high reserves of water and fast production, yeah. Yeah, it's later game. I've seen that we have that, but definitely it's later game. You need a bunch of stuff set up for that. And we'll come to it. It shoots through water like nothing. Well, I can't wait. Okay, so I think I want to start setting up explosives. Yeah. Where do I do that? This is a bit annoying because this would be right in the middle of my power production, but I could set it up over here. Or over here. Even like that, right? I could set up a tube here and have a little production here. And we can have a construction path that comes over there. Yeah. Let's do that. So, yeah, that won't be enough. If I do things like that. But I can unlock this one. That looks nice. I like that. A little pat. And then we can have... Let's see. I suppose we can have a vertical column like that. Yes. Perfect. Hypertubes over there. And a tube station right here. Which would allow me to have a bad water pump. Ooh, a deep bad water pump. Yeah, let's unlock that. Like this? Sure. That's a drought or a bad water tide? Drought. Fair enough. And I might even... How would I connect them? I'm thinking this might be an opportunity. That's going to be too low, so we need to have one more like this. The reason I built them like that is because they can only reach 2 up, so we are going to need to have an access to that level. Okay. Next. You are going to have a tube like this. Yeah, sure. You can go up like this. a little bit of this. I suppose we can go across all the way like that. And then we come down vertically. Okay. Actually, I think we might want it parallel to the path rather than straight here. This is gonna consume a lot of wood, but that's okay. And there's literally no reason to go back down here. Oh. That might be an issue. You're going to need another staircase right here. And here comes the drought. Yep. Okay, let's pause. Too much to do at the same time. Oh, actually we don't need this staircase. We can access from the top. That's good. Okay, then we can and we need to reactivate the large power wheel. Okay, let's go. Although I don't know that we need to, because technically we have the batteries now. So it's not that bad. But it's gonna help a little bit, you know. We should prioritize, however. So you're gonna have priority with you. I'm going to want a tank. Let's say a medium storage, probably. For bad water, specifically. Yes, yes. And it's going to be high priority as well. And then we can start building whatever nonsense we're making. I suppose this whole thing we're making right now makes the point of having a bridge completely moot, but, you know. The bridge looks nice. The bridge looks nice. But we're going to have a nice network of high-speed transportation through our base, and that I do like. Because now we can pretty much go all the way around, right? You can, like, take off anywhere over here, go there, then go there if you need to. you have this big circle road that encompasses pretty much the center of my city. The industrial center, at least. And that's great. And we have extra beavers, which we are doing nothing with. So, let's start doing pine tree agriculture. Because that's the next step. We need the pine tree sap to make the fancy planks. How are we doing on water? Cutting it a little bit close for comfort, to be honest. I think I'm going to add another water pump. And I think I'm probably going to add the second large tank and another tubeway station to access things here. Let's add a lumberjack. And this lumberjack's job is gonna be to clear the trees, first of all. I don't want these trees here. Ooh, hard break is going up. That's all good. We can clear this little tree cutting area. We're not growing any trees on here. Can you just go and cut the last tree over there? That would be helpful. So yes, I'm going to want a large water tank here, so we're going to have a little support structure, I think. Like this. And let's see. How do I build my tubeway? I wanted to have ready access to this water. Is the goal here. So I'm almost thinking we put it over here. Oh, maybe, yeah. Like we could have this 3x3 here be the tubeway station. Then we have a little walk path. We're going to have a medium tank for the water. Right. And so accessing it from the tubeway is going to be super easy. Yeah. Oh, or we could have it like that. But that requires... Okay. The only difference here is that we're going to have one high floor. Right. We can have a little path like this. Tubeway station right like that. Which means we can remove this. Yeah. Then we can have a little path. They have to go to the entrance to access the building, yes, but they can go like... They can go straight like that, right? The entrance is right underneath, and so they have a little path to access it. That's the genius of that idea. And so we can re-add the medium tank here. Another question is, how do I build the tubeway? I think we just go over the road here. And then we can just have like one platform and 1, 2, 3 vertical shafts. And boop. And 2 vertical shafts over here. The tricky part is going to be to access it, to build it. If need be, we can always have like, I don't know, platforms on top or something like that. Here we go. That should be nice. How are we working here? You are working. You have somebody in here. You have bad water already. That is perfect. That is absolutely marvelous. And so here we can have another station over here. Almost for free, pretty much. Because it's just boop boop. 3 little blocks. And we're done. What do I do first? I think we do this first. Yeah. Here we go. So that should be a little bit more production. I'm thinking maybe we add another holding post. So we can at least employ the beavers that have nothing to do at the moment. In a productive manner. Otherwise they're gonna get bored, you know, their iron teeth. They need to sink their teeth into something. Otherwise they don't like it. We're pretty low on planks, which is not surprising given the sheer quantity of platforms we're building at the moment. And that probably means I need to expand on this industry, doesn't it? It's a flip I wanted, not a rotate. Thank you very much. And they're probably fairly high priority too. I'm starting to be slightly low on logs. let's activate another lumberjack. Well, actually, we're going to use these jobs very fast. As soon as we start noticing, oh, we're low on this, we're low on that. Oh, hey, all my jobs disappeared. No, that's fine, because this doesn't need to be used as a workplace. It's low priority, and it can just be a reserve of jobs for whoever has nothing to do at a certain moment. And basically we know that, oh hey, if we like here, we could have like 10 here. Actually their second lowest priority. So this should stop in theory once this comes online, right? These three should stop. And basically, like I have 28 jobs that I'm dumping. Like I should not have minus 28 basically. I should keep some haulers. I'd probably want like 5 haulers would be nice. But as long as I don't have 28 vacancies, I'm fairly good. Like 23 is probably the safe spot. It's gonna be filling holding spot first, so it's going to make the base itself more efficient first, and then anything on top of that is extra science. Bearing in mind that I already have these 2 science running all the time, right? Oh, pretty much all the time. So I don't really need these running to do any science. Like I have 8,000 science at the moment. I hadn't even noticed, you know? So what do we sink it into? We did want platforms. We need overhangs. At the moment. And we are going to want explosives relatively soon. So I'm probably gonna say explosives factory. That would require extract. That would require extract 2. And that requires fancy planks. Alright, we want to do fancy planks immediately, actually. So we need that. Right, so first fancy planks, then we go into explosives. Good. So, let's talk fancy planks. You need to cut. So we want pine trees. That's probably good. Remove these. Can remove that as well. Because they're gonna be annoying. We don't need a huge surface of pine trees, to be honest. We want to unmark them for cutting. because we are not going to want to cut these trees. Fancy planks, yeah, fancy planks. Look at them, they're all shiny looking. That's fancy. And then we're going to have a little tapper's shack. This? Sure. And I think a large warehouse. Maybe like this, actually. Okay, so maybe let's shift that. Right. That way we can be a little bit more compact with our building. And maybe, I don't know, we add a row of trees. Whatever. We are going to need a forester to plant them. In the short term. And I probably need to have a path that goes over there to cut dust. Just so they actually do that. Come on. Can you prioritize the jobs I want you to do right now, please? Thank you. That way I can fill. I wish we could mark the spots for growing once we've marked the trees for destruction immediately, and we didn't have to wait for the plant to be removed. But oh well. You are done, so I don't need somebody here. No, I'm talking about the lumberjack. You are done, so you don't need anybody to work here. Ooh, hidden pause button. Good, good, good. Yeah, that looks pretty nice, I'd say. Whee! Look at those beavers. Whee! Zipping through. Love it. So, we are going to want to have some actual transport over here. So, how do we do that? I think we go parallel, probably. Because we... or do we go above? We could technically go above. Ah, no, we can't really. Okay. Yeah, no, but we can do that. Well, we could go above. Let's do. So how much space do I have in between here? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks. And I can reach maximum 6. So I think I do 4 and 3. And I have them reach in the middle. You know. And I can have something like this. Maybe that's a little high. Maybe that's a little high. I can go 1 and 2. Overhangs, yeah. I was trying to unlock them for that purpose. But how did I mess that up so badly? I forgot that there's the base plank. Right. I'm just trying to see what's the most aesthetically pleasing way of doing the overhang, you know? I think we're going to want to replace that by a vertical tube. And can I? No, I can't. So I'm going to have to demolish that and replace it by stairs. No more natural stairs. Oops. Every game that every game that requires planning. Well, you know, that's how these games go. I'm pretty sure it's everyone in every game that require planning. You're bound to get some things wrong. Especially if you're doing several other things at the same time, like you do when you're streaming. I don't think I'm unique in that department. That's also why streamers are known for like forgetting things or not listening to chat or not reading in games. It's not that they don't, it's that they have so many stuff to pay attention to. Even pro streamers, and I'm by no means a pro streamer. I strive to improve my streams, but you know, I'm a baby streamer. I'm just a baby. Come on, can you prioritize that? I've been waiting. Yeah, just a baby. I'm pro? No, I'm not. It's very nice of you to say that, but I'm not. Not anywhere close. Though I'm not saying I didn't make any progress since I started streaming. I made a lot of progress. My stream is a lot better than it used to. What's going on in here? Building lacks workers? Oh no, isn't connected. Yeah, no, that makes... Right, so they're all homeless for tonight. Well, that's fine. Sucks to be them, I suppose. Maybe you should prioritize these stairs? Just say. Just saying. Okay, so that's not bad, I think. We are going to need one more height here. We are going to need to do the same kind of shenanigans over here. So let's see here. Do we keep going the same height? Yeah, sure. You know what? I think it looks good to... Oh. Do we go fancy? That's going to cost us a lot of iron, too. But we could technically start doing stuff with overhangs. Yeah. Like that. You know? And I pretty much want them, I think, to join in the middle. So we need to keep a space here to go above, right? For whatever nonsense we're going to do over there. Which is going to be on stilts, of course. So let's try to go symmetrical, so that means that this is too long. Like this, maybe? Almost. Yeah. So it's not quite symmetrical, but I think it's pretty good. We could... Oh, you know what? Hehe. I like that idea. And then we can go 3 and 3. And this can be... This would be a what, a 5? Something like that? Yeah. Maybe 5. Which is down the middle? Where's the middle here? The middle is one further. So this switch is down the middle. Okay. Oop. Well, that's fine. It's leaning slightly, but it's leaning the opposite way of this, so that's entirely symmetrical. I do like that. Oh, that's enjoyable. I'm sorry, I'm geeking out. I am totally geeking out. But hey, who's to blame me? And we should have a lumberjack over here. That's not a lumberjack. That's a lumberjack. You never need to apologize for geeking out, it's the best part. Thank you. Thank you, silly. This can get removed. It was just there to clear the land. There we go. Whee! Any essential need that they need fulfilled? Not really. You can store pine resin. We're starting to plant the pines. That means we can soon, and by soon I mean in 18 days? 19 days. So not so soon, but soon-ish we can start making planks, so we should probably make a machine or two for that, you know, all things considered. And that's gonna be annoying, but we know how the technology. The technology. Of Doom. Because it sounds more dramatic if it's of Doom. Boop, boop, boom. That is great. Loving that. I think we're going to need... Yeah, that's gonna require 300 planks. I mean, we can start building it, but it's not gonna be done anytime soon. So we're probably going to need... you're gonna be a low priority build. We're probably going to need to find another source of iron pretty soon-ish. This one or this one or this one is the question, I suppose. I might go this way, actually. So my reasoning here, this one is pretty close, but it's very much down. And that's kind of annoying. But this... I don't know. I do not know. Maybe this one still. Because we have the infrastructure built part of the way. So we can hook up on that. Yeah, I suppose. Okay, so let's do that. Let's do this one. We have everything unlocked, so let's just unlock all these technologies so we don't have to do it anymore. There we go. That way, if we want to reach less far, we don't have a problem. So how far do we need to reach? We need a 5 long, I think. Yep. If we want to reach above. What if we want to reach... I mean, we're going to want one that reaches above. And we're going to want one that goes by foot. Is the problem. So we can do that to transport by tube. But we're also going to need a foot one. And this one can be a 4. Sure. That was the wrong fucking place. Actually, I could go down directly out of the bridge. I don't need to have a flat platform here. One. And another one. Because we're gonna need to turn for some reason. You just have a tube? Yeah, but I'm going to need to go build a tube. and the station. I suppose the tube you could go... Oh, I see what you're saying. You're not wrong. They can build next tube from inside of it. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, I forgot. I never knew about that before this stream. So. Which also means I didn't need to put this footpath on top of it, did I? Because they can build from the inside. Well, we are learning. We are learning, that's for sure. Okay, so. I think we go 2 up maybe? 1 up? How much? 2 up. And that's 1 too far. Oh well. Like this then. No, that was 1 up, actually. Kinda hard to see the perspective sometimes. Especially with this grayed out version. And then... I can be like that. Every day is a school day, yep. That's one of the things I very much enjoy with these types of games and streaming in general. You learn a ton of things all the time. Honestly, I couldn't live a life where I'm not learning things all the time. I need to learn. I need this intellectual stimulation. And then we can just be like that. Up. We can have a little path. A little scavenger flag. And a little storage. Small warehouse. To let it pile stuff inside there before the haulers take stuff. The wrong building. Small industrial pile actually. Here we go. Scrap metal. Nice. Nice. How are we doing here? These are not grown yet. The first one's planted. Should be over there. 68%. Nice. Well, almost nice. 69%. Here we go. Nice. But that's not done yet. That means... these require metal blocks. So, if we could prioritize the part of the building that actually gives me more metal blocks, that wouldn't be a bad, would it? You're getting logs. That's okay. We're maintaining on logs, so we're fine. We have made a serious dent in our gear supply, which I suppose was to be expected. And of course we have no treated planks, so... what do we want? A large industrial pile for the treated planks, I suppose? And we are going to want a supply of fine stuff. Fine resin. We are pining for it. What am I saying? There we go, construction going on, that's good. Look at that. Nice. This lumberjack. Oof. I suppose we can entirely remove this one for now. You know, it's kind of fun that because we have automated the bad tide and drought management, there are times where I'm like, are we actually in a bad time or in a drought? No? Oh well. Talking about which, I think we activated that and we never deactivated it. Yeah. Look at that. No need for it. All the batteries are full. The world is beautiful. EB is hating my puns. Everything's perfect. Anyway, you're off to bed. Oh, have a great night, EB. Sorry I sent you to bed with a pun. Hashtag sorry, not sorry. Yeah, have a great night. The mid-games of seasons really don't matter anymore, yeah. When it matters slightly, because the bad tides are the only reason why we haven't colonized this yet. If it wasn't for the bad tide, I would already have built a dam around this. Right now, it's kinda useless. So I'm like, you know, we can wait. But otherwise, yeah, we would already have this whole area starting to be colonized. I'm waiting basically to have dynamite and to be able to tunnel. My plan here, I don't know if you were listening when I talked about it earlier, or if you were here even. But my plan is kind of to divert the flow of the bad tide out of this directly. So I can make a big water storage here. Like we have what? Are they all the same rate? I think they're all the same rate, right? So we have 5 water sources. So we can have a 5 wide channel that goes, I don't know, maybe here. And a 5 wide channel that goes here. And we basically seal off the cavern on the water side. And then that means we can just open as long as it's good water. Then let it flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. And these wheels don't really need the clean water from here, I think. They get enough water from the other sources, so that's fine. Long term, we could even have the wheels go underground. That would be an option. That's not a bad idea, actually. Okay, so where are we on the expansion? I'm lost in my city. Oh, we're making good progress. Look at that. They're building the overhang. So we're getting to like the most expensive part pretty much. These require a few metal blocks, but it's not that bad. It's not worse than that. So really it's a logistics issue right now. And we have plenty of logistics people. I could even take more. There we go. Yeah, perfect. I have 20 logistics people. That should help a lot the industry. Oh, the trees are producing. We are 28% to the first harvest of sap, I believe. Yep. Look at that. We are 2/3 of the way through the logs, half of the way through the gears for the efficient mine. That's gonna be helpful. What does the efficient scrap metal recipe take? Ah, fancy planks and... Right, so we want the fancy planks for the mining anyway. Yeah, I forgot about that. Right, so let's start making the wood workshops. We want, I think, at least 2 of them. Possibly 3. But, you know, that's fine. This is high priority, right? Yes, it is. Perfect, perfect. My logs are getting kinda low, but it's because I'm consuming a huge amount of them right now. I might want to pause that for a while. Let it replenish a little bit and then we can turn it back on. We are still constrained by space, so shouldn't forget that. It's kind of funny that they don't build it from the top to the bottom, but they just basically drop stuff. Beep! Poof! Ooh! Right in the right hole. Oh no no, wrong hole, wrong hole! Anyone got a fishing pole? It's interesting, the lights don't go down by the looks of it. The lights don't go down the vertical tube. let's slow down time a little bit. I'd like to see them go through. Do we see the beavers actually, or is it just a light? I haven't taken the time to have a look at it. And when it goes triple speed, yeah, I don't see anything. It's just a light. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I want to see. Probably because you can build on adjacent cells under them, I suppose, yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe once they actually go down there, they are going to actually travel. Yeah. They don't bother going further because they're reaching already. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, we see them going down. When they actually can do things. Alright, perfect. So we have extended our access to iron just in time to finish consuming these runes. I'm not too mad about that. Fancy planks. We require pine resin, which is going to be harvested in a few days. In like 2 days maybe? I can't do the math by like that, but you know. Pretty nice, pretty nice. We are short on mangrove fruit. What to do, what to do? What I could do could be to put a dam down here. Or, you know, maybe floodgates. Like that. And that way I keep this irrigating even during droughts. It is gonna die every time I have a bad tide, unfortunately. But what can you do? We can fix that later. And we can have... Let's see... A forester. Can we actually reach further? Like, just remove these. I don't want these trees. Well, I suppose for construction I can have stairs here. Even here. Right. I'm going to want a path that leads me all the way over there. Right. And I'm probably going to want to start building a pathway, don't I? Well, a tubeway to be precise. So my tubeway. My tube, my tube. So I probably want a 3 here. Is it going to work like that? No, that's like... in terms of height, I think that's correct. But it needs to be a 5 instead. A 5 and a 6? Yeah. And a 2 and a 6? Yep. And a 5 in the middle. That's nice. And I can have a tubeway right here. Which I suppose is gonna go up right here. Because we are going to want to bring the tubeway as close as possible to the place where we are going to actually do stuff. So let's start planning that. Maybe this? Would this work? Forester? What if I put a forester like this? Okay, suppose we have stairs right here and right here. And suppose I put down a forester right one. Yeah, yeah. Or even further. Oh. Actually, suppose my stairs are actually right here. Why are they building me the stairs before I want them to build the stairs? Suppose I told them to build the stairs. To be fair. But still. I didn't want them to build the stairs. I wanted only them to destroy the trees right now. Which would probably mean I need to put it on high priority. There we go. Everybody starts eating the trees. That's good. Nom 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 nom. Very nom. Very crunchy tree. So, forester. Here. And then we can talk about gatherer. Right here. Yeah. And so we can start planting mangrove everywhere. Mangrove over here, mangrove over there, mangrove everywhere. Ooh yeah. Good. So, We are obviously going to want storage for that. Mangrove fruits. Yay. Shift the path a little bit. I wish they wouldn't ask confirmation when it's just a little path. Ah, well. So, I think probably we're done on the metal. We'll have to take a look. I want a tube-way station. Thank you. Go one up. Actually, two up. Perfect. So, where is my iron mine? Yes. Perfect. So now we want this to fully take over, so we're going to build a second gathering spot or scavenging spot. Scavenging spot. There we go, fully operational on that side. That's great. Oh yes, we're in the middle of a drought and we have apparently exhausted all power. There's no wind power for them, is there? But there is an engine. We should probably start playing with the engine a little bit and see what we can do, what trouble we can find, what nonsense we can build up. I think this needs to become a vertical shaft. Like this, then we can have a little shaft and toof. Yeah, and they burn wood. So, we're probably going to want a reserve of wood here. Oh, we have a little spot right here. Small industrial pile. To import wood, please. And how much do you output? 400 horsepower. So I'd need what? If my demand is 2600, I'd need 6 of them if I wanted to supply everything. Hey Spud, how are you doing? Beavering hard. Oh yes. We have all the best beavers. Like, look at that. I have beavers zipping around town. It's beavers galore. "88 beavers." We are mining iron over here. We have just finished exploiting. We had a city ruin over here. We have just finished dismantling it. I've been a wonderful home for my beavers. But I do my best. Actually, we should pause that during the drought. Oh. Well, there's no point in pausing that since the drought has ended. You can stop pushing. The water is coming back, that's good. We are just setting up a new mangrove fruit production over here. We were waiting for the end of the drought. Like, look at that, they're already planting, that's perfect. To start planting new mangrove fruit, because we are kind of out of mangrove fruit. We're also kind of out of cassavas, but I suppose it's probably because we were out of power here, so we stopped producing it for a while. Yeah, let me give you a little tour of the little city. So we have a little apartment complex over here, where the beavers are living. They have like rooftop terraces, they have campfires. We have a little agricultural area over here. We're growing mangrove fruits, we're growing kohlrabis, we're growing cassava that we need to ferment afterwards. And we're planting a few trees as well. Over here we have a big storage skyscraper that stores basically everything. And that feeds the entire industrial area, so everything comes over here and then gets redistributed in the industrial area over here. We have power production right here. Our main science production now has moved over there. Right here we have a big dam that stores quite a bit of water and also quite a bit of power, as you can see, although it's not enough to tie us through a drought at the moment, because we have no production of power during a drought, so it's a bit of a problem. We have baby vats over there. We are growing beavers in vats. We have tons of breeding going on over here. What else? We are just starting the production of tree sap. Actually, that might be one of the first harvests that you're seeing over here. So yeah, we are producing pine resin over here. We should supply from here. We're also producing the water supplies over here. And a bunch of wood. This wood, this pine resin is all feeding this. We have, I just mentioned, our new metal scrap production area that gets smelted over here. We are currently building a mine that will produce a lot more, like that's a long-term solution basically for iron. What do you use the sap for? So the pine sap is used to make fancy planks. So we take the logs, right? We put them in the industrial lumber mill. We produce planks, and then we take planks, we coat them with pine sap, pine resin, and it produces treated planks, which I call fancy planks. And these fancy planks are going to actually be used, among other things, they're going to be used for building, but also they're also going to be an ingredient for producing metal scrap in these mines. So that's another reason why they're going to be important for us going forward. You may have noticed over here We have a little tank of poop water, of bad water, and a little extractor of bad water. This bad water is going to be what we're going to use to produce explosives. So that's another thing we're going to set up. And using like planks, explosives, extract that we are going to need to centrifuge from the bad water. We are going to build to be able to start tunneling. And instead of having all these surface tubes, so you can see all these tubes going around my city. That's transport tube. Every time you see a light going here, it's a beaver that's traveling. And they travel like 4 times faster in these tubes than they would do walking. So basically we want them to use these and not walk preferentially. Let me see. Didn't I? No, I never told them what to build afterwards. Oh, silly me. Let me put a tubeway station right here, which is going to be the main way that the beavers are going to access this mine long term. So we have the tubeway station where they end up at. We have a few tubes, vertical tubes. That should be the correct height. And I suppose we could have a platform like this. We need this to go one higher. A few tubes, and so they're now going to build that. And that's going to be the way they're going to access this mine. And over here, let's start building all the infrastructure. We're also going to need a stockpile, no, not this kind of stockpile, an industrial stockpile, which is going to contain metal scrap. And send it everywhere else. Right, so they're going to build that. And so basically, like, they go out of their homes, they go straight into the tube, and they go, like, as close as they can to their destination, which we try to make very close to their jobs. So that's why you see in the morning and in the evening, there's every single beaver that's coming here by tube, pretty much. Like a beavery version of Futurama? A little bit, yeah. There's different tribes of beavers, so that's something new with the last expansion, well, the last update that came out like a few weeks ago. The other tribe, the folktales, they use ziplines instead. Which is also kind of fun, but this is more meant to go below ground. It's just that right now I have no means to actually make them go below ground, you know? But yeah, long term it's gonna go below ground. More than likely. Alright, so let's see here. Yes, so we were working towards being able to do tunnels. I think we need more beavers, actually. I think we might need more beavers. Also... Okay, so that's interesting. This is not going down, I think. Right, it's connected. Actually, is it connected? It's not connected. Right. Okay, so we will connect them and then we will resume this discussion. How do I connect them? I suppose like this. Yeah, these two corners weren't built. The other beaver tribe is playable on different campaign. Will my guys here encounter them eventually? I don't think you can have both on the same map, no. Basically when you start the game, this tribe isn't unlocked. You need to play with the other one first. And it goes pretty fast to unlock this one, like in maybe 2 hours you unlock this tribe. It's nothing very, or maybe a bit more, but like it's fairly fast. Basically you need to bring the happiness up enough for them to unlock it. So let me see here. Okay, so it is consuming power at the moment. Is it because this is not fully charged? It might be. So we'll see once this is fully charged if they continue to consume power from here. My assumption... So what I would like to see, what I hope to see here, is that it consumes engine power as long as the batteries aren't fully charged. So here on top of the dam we have gravity batteries. So it's basically a weight that cools down, and so right now we're pulling the weight back up, and when we want to empty the battery, when we're not producing enough power, the weight cools down and provides energy to the power shaft, right? So once this is full, the batteries will stop consuming any power, and there will only be the factories left consuming power, which should be enough to be supplied by these water wheels. So my hope is to see this engine stop when that happens, if that makes sense. And stop consuming logs when... So basically it acts as a backup power that only turns on when the water wheels are not enough anymore. That's what I am hoping to see. And what would be nice would be if it even stopped if the water wheels are enough to recharge the batteries by themselves. Because then that would be like, okay, we are overproducing for the actual demand, so let's just stop burning stuff, you know. That said, I don't know that we will fill up the batteries before the drought. We'll have to see. Yes, so sorry, I interrupted myself in the middle of answering your question, Spud. Yeah, so you unlock this tribe, so that's the Iron Teeth tribe, and you start with the Folktails. And so it's interesting because they have different buildings accessible to them. So the Folktails are going to do, for example, farming more efficiently. And the farming they are going to do is more extensive farming. Whereas the Iron Teeth have less good farms. So for example, these farms only employ 2 beavers instead of 3, so you need more farms per field, etc, etc. But later on they can do hydroponics, which is much more space efficient, but requires more resources, etc. The Iron Teeth have much better power production solutions than the Folktails, but the Folktails, for example, have wind power, which the Iron Teeth do not have. So, like, there's a bunch of stuff that are different between the two tribes, and it's really cool because I've played a few dozen hours of the Folktales, and I arrive on this save. It's my first save with the Iron Teeth, and it's really a new experience for me. So I'm really enjoying that. I'm discovering a ton of stuff that I didn't even know existed with the Folktale. So how are we doing here? Almost full? Yep, we have some of the batteries that are starting to fill up, which means that the other ones are going to get there very soon. Though during the day we produce less power overall. And so for each tribe, basically for each start, once you've unlocked the tribes, you choose your tribe and you choose your map, right? So for example, if you choose a tiny map, it's going to be harder to play the Folktales, I think. And so that's the cool stuff. When I chose this map, I had in mind the gameplay of the Folktales, right? So I chose a huge map with tons of height variation to be like, yeah, I'm going to have zip lines that go like from here to here and from here to here. And then I open the map and I'm like, oh, actually, these ones have no zip lines. Alright, change of plans, I suppose. So it's really fun because you have to be more adaptable. Drought started. Well, I suppose we won't know right now what would the engine do, or will we? But we can add a few more engines. It's just gonna be a matter of stopping them, I suppose, when we want them to stop. Maybe I should have made it closer. That's fine. Well, further from the road, I mean. I can talk, I can do English very well, very good English. Yeah, so I'm really enjoying the diversity that this game provides. I don't think there's a third tribe. I would like to see what they do if they introduce a third tribe, to be honest. I think it would be interesting. Yeah, so we have these little dams here that we've made. These little floodgates. And they're going to keep the water during the drought, which means that these mangrove are not gonna die. However, when we get a bad tide, then everything's gonna die. So we're going to need to protect them against a bad tide eventually. And I'm hoping to go digging for that. So that's one of my goals here, to produce explosives. That's one of the reasons why I need explosives. We could have explosives factory right here, I suppose. Also, why are they not building that? Right, get on this, please. I don't know what they're building. Not much, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know why they're not doing this. Yeah, so I think we're going to have a little explosives factory over here, which means we need to bring power. And really, once we have this, there's no real reason to not have the power like right here, basically. This can get removed. Yeah, let's do that. And then we can have a power shaft that just goes along. There's no limit, as far as I can tell, to the length of the power shaft. Like, the strength of this power shaft is absolutely immense. If you start thinking about it as an engineer, it makes no sense that this power shaft would actually not explode to bits. There's a huge amount of power going through it, and it's super long. It stops you from being complacent by forcing you to play the clan's strength and not necessarily your own. Yeah, and it gives you a lot of variety. It gives you, you know, different quirks, things that are... They have an Untainium logs, yeah, truly. Like, you're gonna play with one tribe, like, sure, you could... It's gonna be easier to play one way rather than the other with a tribe. And that's super fun, I think. Secret advanced beaver tech, yeah. They know how to nibble it in the perfect way, I suppose. Why isn't this getting built? Like, what's missing here? Oh, it's because... Yeah, no path. Yeah. Because I need to build the ground one first. I got it. I got it. Yeah, so they can build from the inside of the tube, which I learned today. But here, this support can't be built from the inside of the tube. And this, well, it could be built from the inside of the tube, but you'd need to build this first. So I suppose if I built it the other way, if the support was right here, they could build it. But because this needs to be built before they can build this, before they can build these tubes, they can't reach down there. I suppose I could. Yeah. Let's invert it. Oh, I'm going to have to destroy it like this. Two. Poof. And the little tubeway. And so now they're going to be able to build that support and come over there and build everything. I got you, beavers, I got you. These are... can be stopped now. Or I suppose let's let them running for a moment. Let them running and we'll see. They know how to nibble it in just the right way. Oh, that's true. That's true. I stand by my word. It's important to know how to nibble it in just the right way. A very important skill to have. Did you? Okay, so we have the shaft going all the way up there, out there. Very, very long shaft. So now we can make the explosives factory over there. Let's see. I'd like to do both explosives and centrifuging, I think. Where is the centrifuge? It's somewhere over here, isn't it? No? Oh no, it's in liquid, sorry. Centrifuge, right here. Yeah, bad water and a log gives me extract. And I think we're going to make 2 of them right away. Actually, I'm going to shift that. Just like that. And so we can have something like this. A little shaft here. And the centrifuge is right there. And you can have your 2 centrifuges right here. I'm going to need a medium tank, I suppose. No, I could unlock the large one. No, what? Sure, large tank. Yeah. Large tank of extract. Right here. And I'm going to want, of course, a storage of explosives. A large storage of explosives. Because who are we kidding? We demand an earth-shattering kaboom. There's nothing else really to that. That is mandatory. And you're going to be for explosive. Perfect. So, what else? I think this can't be reached probably. Yeah, we're going to need a little beaver jump pad. Okay, so this is built, so now they can zoom all the way over here and get their mangrove fruit. That's great, so we're getting a lot of mangrove fruits, that's amazing. The fermented cassavas are maintaining themselves. Pretty happy about that. How are we doing over here? This is absolutely full. We're producing way too much power. So we can, you know, pause them. I wish there was a way to prioritize power between different sources. I do not like the fact that I have my water wheels running and they are way enough for everything. Actually, no, they're way enough for everything. The hotkey for pausing a building is P. Okay, thank you. Good to know. Although it's very far on the keyboard from where my hand is normally at. But yeah. Like, I love this game, but I think there's one thing it needs to work on. And it's really this kind of convenience solutions. I really like that the sluice gates they introduced recently allow you to automate water management in a pretty decent way, so that you can set things up when you've built up enough your city. You can set things up in a way where you don't have to manually intervene all the time anymore every time there's a tide. But no, you have to do it for power. It's not a problem for the folk tales because the alternative power source is wind. So you can just have wind run all the time, it doesn't consume anything. But for this, it consumes a resource. So obviously you want to stop it when it's not used. When it doesn't bring anything to the table. So I'd like to see maybe something that's equivalent to the sluice gate for the power shaft. That would be nice. That gives you control of, like, when demand is above, like, you know, connect it when demand is above something, and connect it when when demand is above production, for example, on the rest of the network, something like that. Some way to connect networks in an intelligent way, basically. Would be very, very nice to have. I think. How are we doing on treated planks? We have 200 of them. We're not doing so hot on gears. And we're okay on log. Okay, so let's unlock this building. Because I want it to be functional pretty soon. Although I do have time, because I have this. So it's not that bad, but yeah. Ideally I'd like to have it available pretty soon. Obviously, in the short term, the solution to this problem is gonna be, oh well, just be, just produce enough food that you can forget about these. But then if I produce enough food that I can forget about these, then why do I have water wheels anyway, right? They're just a nice bonus. That recharges my batteries, I suppose. Alright, what are we doing here? Might want to prioritize that. You know, as you do. And I think we are in a position where we might want to start. So first of all, we are going to want more cassavas here. And we can make more. We do have the farming capacity to make more, so let's do that first. Ooh, the edge is not getting planted, so we're getting pretty close in terms of range. You are on harvesting priority. No, they are getting planted in theory, so why aren't they getting planted? Should be good to go up until there. You're out of awakeness power. You're going to recharge and do the sleepsies. Have a great night, Cody. Thanks for being here. Ah. It's just that these are not reaching. And these are both on harvest first. Okay, I see. So maybe I put this one on plant first and this one on harvest first. Okay, good. So we're gonna be producing more cassava. But we are consuming all of them. So we're going to need more, either more fermenting or just more cassava overall. I don't know. We'll see if we switch the balance basically. Ooh, bad tide approaching. That's no good. Why no? Oh, you need to be powered from the center. I see. We can do that. We can absolutely do that. Here we go, everything's forward now. We are producing explosives, we are producing extract. It's official. I think there's no avoiding this bad tide. So we're not going to try right now. What we can do is probably to install some well-being stuff. Decontamination pod might become useful fairly soon because we're gonna mess with bad water. So we're just going to unlock that. First scratcher. Yeah. Oh yes, scratch that back. A few first scratchers. Ooh. That's gonna be cute, I bet. Oh yes. Oh, so cute. He's like, ooh yes, scratch that butt. Very cute, very cute. Swimming pool. Requires access to water, maybe not right now. Exercise bladder. Where a group of beavers can exercise. You know what? Yeah, sure. Why not? Ooh, that's big. Big plaza. We're going to make the Jim Beaver Bros happy. um, we could detail the beaver's tails. Use this extract. We have extract now. Would be a fun thing. I think that's for bots. That's probably for bots as well. Bots. So that's all bots. We're going to look into that, but probably not today. We could start looking into the further food options, but tide approaching. That's a good point to game. We could look into bad tide management stuff. Having more water storage over there. Maybe expanding on our territory comes first. Yeah, so that's the problem here is the bad tide. So the bad tide is the water sources become bad, right? Don't go in the bad tide, please. So everything becomes bad here. And so everything dies. everything becomes contaminated, everything dies. So what we would like to do is to divert that flow. When the bad tide approaches, we would like to just have to treat it as a drought, basically. And divert that flow away from us instead of killing everything in red. Oh, beavers are happy though. So right now we just open that and let the contaminated water flow through, and we're like, oh well, nothing we can do about it. But long term, that's not the solution we're going to go for. Long term, we are going to want to start digging. So let's start planning that, because we now have the tools to actually plan that. So here we have 5 tiles of water, right? What we're going to be able to do is to do tunneling. Let's unlock all of that. We're probably also gonna want to start to excavate dirt so we can modify the terrain. So we're going to want to be able to extract 5 blocks of water, which means we're going to want to extract that as well. And this is going to go away. We don't need it to go super far for now. So let's just do that, right? And so these tiles right here, we are going to replace them by sluice gates. And they're going to only let anything flow through if it's contaminated water. And over here, we are going to have the reverse. We're going to have sluice gates that let only clean water flow through. And that's gonna be pretty much it. And then we seal the entrance. And we don't really have to deal with the bad tide anymore on this side. A bad tide just becomes a drought. Which of course means that we are going to need to be able to access this. So. Actually, we don't need to go that far at this level. Sure, like that. Even like that. We can have stairs over here. We can destroy these trees, they are in the way. Yeah, right now we don't need the power over here. We have everything we might need in terms of power. Do I want them to go in the bad tide? Well, that's okay. In the morning the bad time is going to recede anyway, so we're fine. So let's leave them flush everything out. Perfect. We put that back up to 065. And now we can start planning kabooms. Nice. Oh no, we've cut the head of our base. Terrible. A terrible thing has happened. We have 20 jobs missing. Why is that? Because this is finished? No. So, who needs jobs? Also, you need to unpause. They're making use of this. That's good, that's good. Why is there 20 jobs missing? Did I have beavers die? Oh, actually I have a beaver that's contaminated. Let's put down a decontamination pod. We were right to buy it. Let's put down 2 of them because I suspect we are going to need them at some point. No, we didn't have any beavers die, so I'm not sure why we're having issues right now with jobs. What did I add that's taking so many jobs? Maybe the planks factories. Oh, the explosives factories. I got it. Oh, it needs power to operate. Interesting. Could have told me that sooner. Then we are going to build it over here. Right by the bad water. You know, to really remind you why you're contaminated. You're gonna be decontaminated just over the bad water. Perfect. Yeah, this has nothing to do, that makes sense. Oh, I might need a lumber actually. To cut the dead trees, isn't it? Can you build it? Come on. I don't think I've ever had some plants die to bad water, so... I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I suppose right now you need just cut all that. And prioritize... Oh. Can't I tell it to just kill dead trees? Oh, replant dead trees not marked for cutting, that's the one. Okay, so if... Right. If I unmark these, it should work now. if I interpret this correctly. Yep, okay. So I needed to just click on the forester, okay. I see. So, how are we doing here? Yeah, look at that. Perfect. So we're going to start building the sluice gates. We are just going to forget one of them. And so their job is going to be to close if the contamination is less than a certain percentage. Yeah, so I don't want clean water to go this way, right? Ooh, happiness is increasing. And then we are going to do the reverse over here. So same thing, this one is paused. And you close if there is any amount of contamination in the water. So it's looking at the water in here, right? So as long as it sees, as soon as it sees contamination in the water in here, it's like, nope, not letting that through. And this one, as soon as it sees contamination in here, it's like, yep, go through. Perfect, perfect. And then this water is just going to go out of the map. 0% might be bugged. I used more than 0% here, right? And I used less than 1% here. I used that in my other map, and I had no problem with that. I think if you used less than 0% here, then it would maybe never open. Because, well, you never have less than 0% contamination, right? So I think that might be what she had happen, possibly. I know that this configuration worked for me in the past. And that's pretty much what we have on top too. Yeah, above 0% you open. And well, anything else we reject, so we don't really care here. But yeah. That part of the configuration basically we tested. Oh, they're doing, how is it called? The Chinese things that people do in the park. That's kind of a bit like yoga. Yeah, that's fun. This needs planks. Yeah, I need a lot of planks at the moment. How is my mine doing? Not bad. We're almost there. We just need gears. We just need like 70 gears. Which we have. So at the moment it's just a matter of hauling stuff. Amazing. We're not going to put it in service right now. I think we're probably going to continue exploiting this because it's free. But yeah. Well, it's free. It uses workers, of course. Oh, maybe we've reached the limit of what this farm can handle. I think. We might need another farm on harvest. We have 18 spots. I think we need another baby tank. We need more baby beavers. Actually, oh, that's one thing we could do. Can we get the better tanks now? It's just science. Yep, definitely. So we're going to add an advanced breeding pod. But we're also going to... let's see, the ones that are like fairly low. Like this one can become an advanced breeding pod. This one might be like next day, same for this, same for this. And these need to be priority. They're important. They are important things to build. We need babies. We want all of the babies. All of them, I tell you. Beaver babies, beaver babies, beaver babies, beaver babies, beaver babies, beaver babies. Ooh yeah. We have 3 injured beavers. That's more than the medical beds we have available, so I'm going to add another one as well. I think it's gonna go like that. Okay, how are we doing here? Almost. We are almost bred. Oh, you're bred. Bye-bye. Right, so the advanced breeder pod produces directly adult beavers. So it means I'm not gonna have any kids anymore. And that's gonna be amazing because the kids are just a resource draw, basically. So instead of having useless babies, we can have useful adults. For the same price, too. Pretty cheap. It costs a bit more infrastructure, but, you know, we have infrastructure. So... here come the beavers. Great. Absolutely fantastic. And we need like 1 or 2 more days for these ones. Love it. Yeah, I think this one should finish today. Could be wrong, but... Okay, and we definitely need one more farm. So let's just put it in. And you're going to be a priority harvest. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Reading done. I think it could be nice if instead of having a different building, they had an upgrade mechanic here. Because, like, why would you want... Once you unlock this and you have the resources to build them, you're never gonna want to leave a breeding pod as a basic one. So really you're just gonna want to upgrade them in place, you know. So why not account for that and say, well, yeah, you can upgrade, you just click this button. Oh yes, that's a post-construction. I was a bit concerned by these pause symbols, random pause symbols. Okay, so, ah. You know what? I think if I do that, these are in reach now? No, they're not. That's annoying. Alright, alright. I just need to be able to get a bit closer to finish that job. It's kinda annoying, but that's fine. And I am going to want to seal that. So let's do that. Right. That way, once we've finished putting in everything, this becomes a closed pocket, and basically we have a valve here. And we can just manage the valve however we want. We just hope it doesn't explode. What happens if you seal it off and it fills up? I'm not sure what happens. If you didn't leave enough flow. But I'm pretty sure I left the exact amount of flow available as the amount of flows that's going through. So in theory, we should be fine. If we're not, well... I don't know what happens then. And so anything that flows off the map just gets deleted. So this water that's going through here is just no more. And so that's a mechanic we are going to exploit to just get rid of the bad water, essentially. And the drought has started. Oh no. Oh, terrible. Well, that's okay. Ooh, this is mostly replanted. Good, that's good. Why is this not replanted? Just didn't have the time to do it yet, I suppose? Yeah, still working on it. Alright, that's ready. So we can enable that construction. The unfortunate thing is we're going to have to reconfigure... maybe if we do this... then the other one that we're going to put in is going to synchronize with this one, but this one is not going to synchronize with the other one. Maybe that works. Let us see. No. It just doesn't work. So we just have to reproduce the same configuration and tell them to synchronize. And now we are good. This is sealed. So in theory... you know what? Let's take the planks that are inside real quick. This is getting built, that's good, that's good. So we're just waiting on a few haulers. And then we finish sealing things off. Can be prioritized too, sure. But we do not have haulers, I think is the issue here. Because once we've sealed this, there's no access anymore inside. Do we care? Do we really care? Not really. It's just a few planks. I suppose we can get them next time we open this for one reason or another. Let's seal this baby. High priority construction, both of them. And watch a beaver get trapped inside. I bet a beaver is going to end up trapped inside. It's always the case. We're gonna have a dead beaver in there. No? Ooh, I'm impressed. There we go. This is sealed. You close if there is any amount of contamination. You close if it's not contaminated. Perfect. So now, if we want, we can start building a dam around here. And we don't even have to give a dam anymore. Ba-dum-tsh. Oh, we're in a drought. We're supposed to run the generators in a drought. Oops. My bad. I might even want... that's a 3x3. I don't have a 2x2 option. Sucks. Hey, 0 babies. 83 beavers, 0 babies. Nice. So we produce them basically... Yeah. Oh, interesting. They're age 1 or 2. Yeah, this one is age 0. But he's already an adult. Interesting. I thought they would be born like directly at 5 or something like that. Which would have been fun. Drought ended. So now we should see the water come back out. Yes, yes, good, good. Downstream depth 0.1, perfect. Rehydrates everything well. Oh, look at that, we barely had lost enough water to even care. Love it. So, what do we do now? I think... Let's see... I think we straighten that up. How deep is this? That's 3 depth, isn't it? Yep. Can I do this? Yeah, I can do this. So I'm going to want this. Like that. I'm not gonna have enough. I don't have a way to traverse, basically. But I can make one. And the trees below don't even care. Perfect. Love it. The drought has ended, we can pause these. Although I'm going to forget to turn them back on next drought, of course. Because, well, you know me. Let's go. So there are 3 types of explosives, ones that go 1 deep, 2 deep, 3 deep. So these ones are the 3 deep ones. Perfect. We are going to have levees here, like that. And then we can have sluice gates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you close if the depth below is above 4.6. But right now you're going to be permanently opened anyway. Because we're building the dam. Oop, wrong the microphone. What's next? I think we're just going to quickly unlock the stuff in here that's not unlocked. We are going to want a dirt excavator. I think that's one of my next steps. That could be fun like this. Oh, yeah. Kinda want to do that. Let's do that. So we have an entrance that is 1 high. Here. So what we can do is build something like that. Then across we can have the storage pile. I suppose it's gonna be an industrial pile, isn't it? Yeah. Of 180 dirt. It's not a huge amount. I could... You know what? We're going to have several of them. So I'm going to put it one further. Four piles. Let's go all in. All in on the dirt. Because when we use dirt, generally we use a very large amount of it in a very short time. So that's why I'm doing things like this. Sure. What did I do? I misclicked is what I did, but I don't know what I did. Oh, fun! We are going to have to use the same model as upstairs, aren't we? So here we can be like, Europath, Europath. Poof. Yep. You can be 2 high, but you are 1 high. And that's what we love. Tiny little steps. And we technically don't even need to go any further, so let's not. Yeah. Look at that, how industrial that looks. And the path can go through if we need anything over there. Oh, this is finished. Nice. Maybe not. Let's not. No, let's pause that. And technically we're going to want an efficient scrap metal thingy. That means that we are going to need treated planks and extract over here. So give me a small pile of treated planks and a small tank of extract, please. That's extract, and that's going to be... Yep. Treated planks. Thank you. And these both need to obtain the goods. I want them to be filled. Okay. And so we are going to have all the supplies locally to run the mine. Both inputs and outputs have a little reserve right here. That's gonna supplement the one from the mine itself. Good. Next, I suppose, is to answer the question: how do I bring my beavers over there? Maybe. How far do you reach? You know what? Sure. Not this. It's going to be have to be a 4, I think. 4 and 4. Yep. Love it. Love this. Okay, perfect. Perfect, and in the future we can have like a station right here if we want to. That's probably gonna happen at some point. But that's fine. So, how about you? Ooh. Yeah, we're flowing nicely here. Yes. And do I want to dig? Actually, maybe. Yeah, actually let's do that. Which means I shouldn't have removed these. That's fine. Let's plant explosives there. Remove this one for a moment. We should always end up with clean water here, so I'm not too concerned about contamination or stuff like that. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh yeah, power. I forgot to power it. That should be good enough. Watch a beaver get trapped in there. That's going to happen in a few seconds. Just leave them the time to build the shafts. Actually, because the shafts is the last stuff I placed, I think we're gonna be fine. I think. It's interesting because the rate at which this progresses seems very irregular. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but this seems to progress in bursts. Actually, it seems intentional because this is running continuously and this one only in bursts. Interesting. And we're only really gonna want like one beaver on extractor duties to start with. We have 13 happiness, that's pretty good. Wet fur. We are lacking on wet fur. We could have more campfire, more terraces. More scratchers, a lot more scratchers. Actually. Hey Lanix, what are you doing? You hydrate and a stretch. Oh yes, I can do that. Ah. And a little stretchy, stretchy. Ah. So let's put in a few more scratchers. We only have 2. We can have them scratch their backs on their way home. Good, good, good. Why are they using the path here to bring the stuff down there? I don't quite get it. Is there something that's not connected somehow? Oh. The station is not built correctly. Interesting. Well, that's stupid. Alright, so... You know what? We can demolish that and we're going to explode that. And then it's gonna be good enough. So we can remove the station, it's useless right now. I suppose we can put back the vertical tube. Yes, kabooms. We can have tons of kabooms. Let's prioritize that. Who are the kabooms progressing over here? Not very well. It's not very kaboomy. Actually... I should have prioritized the top part first. Because the bottom part... can only be completed once we have completed the top part. Basically. We good here? We good. Kaboom. Next. This was a tiny kaboom, I know. Not the earth-shattering kaboom that we want and deserve. But it's coming, it's coming. All in good time. A drought is approaching. Oh no, not a drought. Is it a drought of happiness, at least? I hope it's a drought of happiness. Well, this is pretty happy, at least. What are they doing? Are they scratching yet? No, they're not scratching yet. This is unacceptable. Scratching must be top priority. What are you doing? Building lacks power. Bah. Bah. That's better. Come on, scratchy scratchy. I suppose they are working at the moment, so they may not go scratchy scratchy during their workday. But hey, we have enough beavers right now to have the science running. That's a pretty good sign. This is missing 4 shafts. I wouldn't mind having it working. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Ah, finally, we're starting to install the kaboom. There we go, dirt excavator on. Amazing. We're still good on power right now. That's a good news. Very good news indeed. I wouldn't mind more gear wheels, I think. Manufacturing. You know what? I really don't know why I have the path away. Well, I do know why, but it's not a good reason. Ooh, 90 beavers. The drought has started. Which does mean that I need to unpause these. I do need to remember. Here we go. We are kinda negative on supply. Though we are recharging at night, so maybe it's not so bad. Maybe they need to be prioritized by haulers. Yeah, because the batteries are almost done and we barely started the tide. We do need one more kaboom. Why did it shift upward? That's awkward. More happiness stuff. What can I do for them? I think I saw we were missing a bit of campfire service. Yeah, I think I need a third campfire. Let's have a campfire over here. And we still don't have enough scratching? Yeah. How much scratching do you need? Guys. That's... That sounds like an unhealthy amount of scratching. But you know what? Sure, you can have it. If you want to drown yourself in screeches, you can have all the screeches. Alright, let's go for the kaboom. Earth-shattering kaboom in 3, 2, 1, go! Nice. Just going to give it stairs right now to clean the bottom. Yes, go clean that bottom. The earth excavator is working. It's perfect. Oh, I like that. This little bracing. Yeah, I like that visual. It looks nice. And I might need more power. Although, it's not that bad, to be fair. You like that the ground drill makes a square hole? Yeah. It could take out the corners, I suppose. I don't know if it clips them. I think it might clip the corner actually. So it would look weirder to have it rounded. Overall. We're making pretty good progress, I think, in this save. I suppose now that this is hydrated, we should do tree farming over here. Although, what do we do? Tree farming or food farming? We are going to need trees over here for the power production, and we're going to need to expand the power production long term. So maybe it makes more sense to add some tree farming over here. I don't know. I think we should remove these berries, they're just annoying and in the way. I'm going to remove this path for now. One, two, three, four. A 5 and a 6. Not bad. We can add 6 more generators, and I think we're probably going to add 2 straight away. And I might stop stopping them. Just because it's annoying to have to stop them. Also, I wouldn't mind more storage over here. How do I do that? Uh, 3x3 wood storage would be nice here. I would need... Prioritize me that. This and this and this. Here, this one with high priority as well. Okay, so we can have a little platform here. Maybe something like that. And then that means this needs to be a high priority building. Task. And that's gonna be a 3x3 space. Yeah, love that. Why are we in 1 speed? What did I do? We can go in 2 speed, I suppose. We don't need to be in 3 speed right now. Alright. Industrial pile. No, not a small one. Please. For wood. And we want to obtain material here. From other stockpiles. That way we ensure that we always have wood ready for the generators. Alright. That's good. Do I have any haulers? I suppose I must have. So we're going to give them high priority hauling jobs. If they'd like to actually do something. Oh, they're going here to eat the mangrove fruits that are in storage. I see. That's why they're going there at night. Ooh, 90 beavers. Nice. I don't know how long it takes them, I suppose. What's my oldest beavers? Is it still 55? $56. Oh, 61. So I suppose if it's bedtime for you, hey, have a great night, SPFAR. Thank you for joining in. Yeah, I won't stop in too long either. I think we're at a pretty good point to conclude, to be honest. Conclude for today. I'm hesitating whether I finish this little dam or not. I think I finish the little dam and then we can go to bed. We can all go to bed. Mandatory bedtime for everybody. But yeah, if my oldest beaver is 61, so let's round it to 60, right? I have, how many do I have? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. 60 divided by 8. That's 30 divided by 4, 15 divided by 2, 7.5. That's kind of weird. So my average life expectancy must be slightly lower than that, because I'm pretty sure it takes them 5 days to grow a beaver. At least for the other ones it was about 5 days. And so with 8 you'd expect like 8 times 5. Well, you'd expect life expectancy divided by 5 days to be the number of beavers a vat can grow, so that times 8 to be your total numbers of beavers. So x divided by 5 times 8 is your total number of beavers, so your growth time is total number of beaver divided by 8 multiplied by 5, right? And that's pretty much 5. So yeah, 5 days. And here we're more at like 90 with 8 of them, so... Yeah, it's 5 and a bit, basically. It's not 6 days, but... actually, if you take 88... Well, anyway. Anyway, you see what I mean. Why is it not holding that? Actually, I can do... Wait. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Uh, I shouldn't do math on stream, especially past midnight. Anyway, why do I have no hauling going on? Can't brain anymore, yeah, pretty much. Oh, it's already hard enough to brain at a normal time. Alright, so not enough hauling, I suppose, is what this means. I'm going to pause this construction. This is going to be high priority construction. And you want to employ 10 people if you can. I think we might need to make more trees. Like, the wood we have is not quite enough. And to be fair, this uses 0.2 wood per hour, so like 5 of them use 1 wood per hour, so we use like almost 48 wood per day currently. That's not to be trifled at. That's not a ridiculous amount of wood. So yeah, we might need more tree cutting overall. Yeah, they're not cutting all the trees they have, which is interesting. So I suppose we can have another cutting post. I kinda want to remove some of this cliff, to be honest. If you did the math right, it's 18 oak trees to support an engine. It could be. Question is how many tree cutters? That's harder to evaluate, isn't it? Because you can't reliably know how fast a tree cutter can tree. Why is nothing going on in my base? What's happening right now? Come on. Are they all in vacation or something? What are my beavers doing? I mean, right now they're sleeping, fair enough, but the rest of the time, I don't know. We are tending to the whole farm at least. But yeah, we're going to need more tree cutting. Then I think I'm definitely gonna want more tree cutting around. So I can have a source of trees that's in proximity with that. Do I have enough builders? That's a good point. I don't have that many builders. I only have like the district and this builder's hut. I suppose you do have a point. Stuff isn't getting built. Yeah, it isn't. To be fair, that's a large number of jobs they gave them. Are they going to get to that? I'm not sure they can. I don't think they can right now. So let's detonate this. And that's gonna give them an opportunity to reach that, hopefully. Although, maybe not, actually. Actually, maybe not. What do I do with that? You know what I do with that? This. Although... Okay, hear me out. We remove that. And then lumberjack right here, right here. And then we can have two other ones here if we want to. We are going to keep that because it gives them access to the forest, you know. These need to be priority builds. Okay, you're built, you're staffed too. So I should have like 1/3 more builders right now. Is it that much so? It is a decent amount of stuff, to be fair. That's working. I have 114 dirt, so that's good. Have we hauled anything in here? No, and I have given them priority hauling jobs, didn't I? Oh, no storage space available for plank, that's why. I get it. I totally get it now. How much do I have? Only 300, that's not that much. Yeah, no, I want many more planks than that. I'm actually going to add 2 of them, I think. For plank. And another one for shiny planks. Didn't I select the planks? I didn't. Okay, so that might be an explanation to why nothing was happening, because they didn't have the resources to make it happen. Okay, and we are going to want more forestry over here. Definitely. Like my quantity of trees available is slowly crashing into the ground. Okay, so that's good. We are going to designate all these for tree cutting. These two. I suppose we can designate this, but I don't think it's in range. We'll see. Oh no, it is in range. Yeah, it's in range of everything. So perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. You don't need to be on, honestly. And you should have access. No, you're not gonna have access to everything, but you can be paused. You have no reason to be on. And this whole thing can get hooked. This could be a question of no access to. No, it was just a question of builders were busy. Fine. That's perfectly fine. How about haulers? Ah, no, they did their job. So now I can remove these. I can ask them to priority haul all that before they lose access. And start doing some shenanigans. I suppose they might not look at access because I'm going to want to like climb on top to build anyways. Are they too far from a path? Yeah, they are. You know they are. Of course they would be. And once this is built, that should be fine. Right. How's their happiness doing? Are they getting scratched the wrong way or the right way? They're still... They're still complaining about the scratchers. I have like 50 scratchers at this point. Like, come on. Don't tell me these are always in use. Seriously? How many scratchers do you need? It's crazy talk. So, how long until we trap a beaver? Do you think? Okay, adding one more has been successful. This is too far. Annoying, annoying. Annoying, annoying. I can probably do that, and then it should be able to reach. I should pause some of these for now. Because otherwise I'm just gonna collapse my logs production, which is gonna collapse my whole industry. Alright. Where am I? I'm lost. Lost on my map. Right here. That's where I want to take a look. Take a peek. A little sneaky peek. So we can plan the next layer. Can pretty much plan it immediately. It doesn't matter. And I think, is that our last layer? Actually pretty much. Our last layer. Then if that's our last layer, for now at least, I should have dams here. Just so I can deal with the overflow. And then I suppose I want path on top. And we're probably going to add in like gravity batteries too over here eventually, because we're pretty close to this, so why not? Which reminds me, at some point we're also going to want in here to go explode stuff, aren't we? Yeah. We're going to want to do some terraforming in here. Most definitely. Let's see what we can do right now about it. without disrupting the gravity batteries, that is. Okay, so that's a path that leads to the bottom. That's good. Great, great. We are going to want to explore these two, I think. We're probably going to want to tunnel these two. Which means that over here we want everything done by one. Pretty much. On this level. And why is this here even? Is gonna be an important question. That should be fun. And maybe a little bit of that. We do want access to the edge. Like that. Yep. Great. Great, great, great. Let's try to at least do that. This is getting built. Oh, yes. Beavers trapped. What did I tell you? Beavers are not the smartest cookies, unfortunately. You tell them to build something, they build something, even if that's going to be trapping them. Or rather, they build something and then somebody comes behind them and builds behind them. You've had several beavers died like that? Yeah, in my other save, I had a beaver robot that got trapped so deep inside. Generally I try to save them, you know, but like here I was building a pumping tower to pump water to a reservoir up high, and like it got trapped pretty much in the middle of the machinery. It's stuff that even when you make sense, it's hard to make. Even when you build it, it's hard to make sense of it. So no way I was gonna rescue him. I was like, but you're on your own. Sorry, dude. But not my problem. Too hard to rescue you. So technically, these ones are all accessible. So they're just not being built because there's no job. Okay. Oh yes, I untrapped them. Good. Uh, 5 beavers injured. Oh. I need more hospital beds, it looks like. Why is there so many tiny trees? They wait for that long? They forget them for that long? Yes, so more medical beds is what we need. We need to have 5 of them. So let's have 6. That way we have a little bit of margin. Are we there yet? Almost. Almost. It does take a fairly long time to build this stuff. Yeah, one of the quality of life stuff that I would really like to have too would be to be able to give a construction order on top on a destruction order. Like here I tell them remove this tree. I would like to be able to not have to wait to remove this tree, to be able to tell them, okay, you're going to plant this instead. Because it doesn't make much sense, you know. I think that's a pretty good base, honestly. We're starting to have. I think next stream we're probably going to start doing irrigation shenanigans. Because we're going to need to expand the area we control. And sure, we have this area now that we control and that we can expand in. But, you know. One thing we could do could be to build, I suppose, dams over here. So the clean water stays on this side and continues kind of irrigating the stuff over here. It's interesting that this is hydrated. I suppose it's not that far. Almost there, almost there. I do want this to be priority build. Just in case you have a doubt. And these two actually. That's important. Because, yeah, what haven't we done yet? We haven't done paper stuff. Oh, actually, I suppose it's all the... yeah, we haven't done the hydroponics stuff. And the coffee, stuff like that. We haven't done bot stuff. There's of course a bunch of these that we haven't done, but that's okay. Controlling the bad water. But really that's it. So I suppose the next objectives for next time would be diversifying the food sources. And I suppose for that we are going to do irrigation. Actually, this area is pretty good for an agricultural area. We can maybe straighten up this part a little bit. Go like this instead of having this weird diagonal. Irrigate these plateaus. We could probably irrigate this plateau as well using the source from here. So that's stuff we can pretty easily achieve. It's gonna take a lot of digging. So tunnels building, stuff like that. But yeah. We have another water source over here, so we could... And this is not affected by bad water either. So for example, if we seal this off, right, we could fairly easily like irrigate the whole area over here. We could have water flow over here and make this whole area fertile. Would be pretty good. And even maybe go all the way over here. Oh, that's fun. We have a little cascade with the tunnel behind it. Because if we seal this off too... Oh, though I suppose the water goes this way. We'd need to go uphill to do that. But at the very least we can like have a clean water source that comes over here. And have this whole area irrigated. And then with a few channels we can pretty easily deal with that. Ah la la! Hey Jerry Mondu! How are you doing? Wololo! Right. Let's put this to automatic and fill up this reservoir. Ooh yeah. 2 beavers injured. Yes, yes. Hey, look at that. Already, without even trying to irrigate it, just filling up the reservoir. Look at the whole area we have irrigated. Love it. And so what we can do here is have underground channels that just bring the water up to these and allow them to get the water. And now we overflow over here, so any water that's like above what we needed back there. Ooh, what's going on? I think it's just the dynamics. Yeah. It's always slightly sketchy when the overflow starts going above, which is kind of fun. You just have a big wave of oh no, the water is passing above now. Flooded? The what? What's going on here? Right. I have literally no more water than I had before going in, right? It's just the floodgates being a bit sketchy. I suppose I can open at like 055 if you really insist. And tell this to open at 0.5. So normally it should always go above. And this is going to try to keep 0.5. And if there is too much, it just overflows and it does its weird stuff. But other than that... What's going on here? Why is it overflowing on the plane? Is what I don't understand. Why is it making wave? Kinda weird. And how is it going in here? That's full. Yeah, and that's full. So I wonder how it manages when everything's filled like that. I suppose it just stops producing. Yeah, so here it's almost full downstream, which makes sense. Alright. I suppose in the future we could try to raise that ceiling and increase the amount of water this can contain like that by increasing the height, but that's pretty good. Anyway, we're not pumping right now anything, we're just... This is just gonna feed this field right now. Oh, yeah, we need to replace the trees before it starts to regrow with other random stuff. Just like that. And I would like it to not have the random trees. Although I do appreciate that it's trying to grow on its own. I want to control the type of trees it takes. So basically this should feed, like this little patch here should feed one of these. So this should be way enough to feed the whole thing, right? Hopefully. I'm going to have a storage here, I think. Like a large industrial pile. Can be right here. And it's gonna contain wood. And it's gonna try to keep itself relatively empty. And here we are going to have stairs on each side. So you can join the road. Yay! A drought is approaching. Well, perfect. These are like, yeah, 30% grown. We seem to be kinda recovering on the amount of wood we have available. We're gonna hurt it again when the drought hits, because we're going to need to run these generators, but you know. We're not too mad about that. We are kinda lacking in the beaver department. And we have a bunch of food, so we might go to the department store and buy more beavers, you know? Something like 11 more beavers, possibly more at the time. It depends on their life expectancy, so hard to say. Hard to see. 4 injured beavers, so that means that not all the medical beds are full yet. Some of them, in fact, have never been used, or are never being used. Perfect. Water is enough. Yep, it's well enough. Which is kinda surprising, but also not. I think it's a side effect of having good logistics. Because we have this very fast logistics transport system, we have less need for water surplus. So we need less overhead production just because we're being more efficient, basically. with everything we do. Also, increasing the happiness may have helped as well. Because the water production is gonna be more efficient if you do that. So, yeah. Nice, nice, nice. I love this little dam. Looks cute. And this one looks very industrial. Oh, by the way, we do have some kaboom to go through. I forgot. Would you believe that? I almost forgot some kabooms. Let me... Yeah. So, we have these ones. We can detonate them right now. Aha. That means I need to add a few. Over here and over here. Oh. Yeah, they cannot reach here. That's a good point. Technically, that's true. Although they did the job anyway, so you know. Oh, it didn't all detonate. I was hoping for a better kaboom. Did I break open the... No. I had a slight worry all of a sudden. Alright, perfect. You have to be careful with those. I did kill a few beavers in my save. Oops, there was a beaver in the middle of the explosion. I may have been over enthusiastic. We can do that, maybe. Doesn't need to be like that. So this can refill. You monster! It wasn't on purpose, in my defense. Also, hey, Blood Squid. How are you doing? So now they should all have... Ooh, no, they don't have all 1800. So they should all have 1600, I think. Yep, I suppose. And some have slightly better depth accessible to them. That's fine. I suppose we can add one more here. Which is gonna have access to slightly less depth than its neighbors, but it's gonna have the 1600 like everybody else. So that's pretty good. Also, I do need to finish that corner and that corner. Well, I'm not killing beavers, I'll tell you that much. I'm killing biters instead. Oh, you know, it's pretty much the same. You're killing the indigenous population. For me it's beavers, for you it's biters. At least I'm giving them food. And jobs, mostly jobs. No, I'm giving them food, they're pretty happy. 12 average happiness, you know. We need to diversify their food a little bit, but that's because the requirement for these ones is slightly more difficult. We didn't have the tech until recently to do it. We could also decorate a little bit. Detail their tails. I have an idea for that. I've heard that you can do a custom design for the detailing. I wonder if we can put the channel's logo on their tails. That would be fun, I think. Time to unpause everything and start burning all the trees. But it's okay because we started growing all the trees too. There we go. It didn't have time to fully refill the extra space I gave it, but that's still more water than it used to be. So, there's that. Yeah, so we have a lot more capacity over here. I think we're going to square the bottom of this. We might remove these over here, so we have like something fairly square. We might straighten up this river down here. I wouldn't mind that. Maybe extend or reach down there, you know. By having little mini dams over here. Like what I'm thinking of would be to have... We could have something like that. With like a sluice over here. And a dam over here. This could be 060, 060 I suppose. 55 even. Basically same thing as above, you know. Although... Yeah, right now it's fine as long as I have these behind. And then we could do the exact same over here. We don't even need sides over there. And a few dams. We can say 050. And that's basically it, right? Then we have dams here. Possibly we could raise the level over here to keep it safer. But that should be enough to keep this whole area out of trouble for the time being. And then let's say we keep this. We would like to remove this. I don't know how we do that. Hopefully that works. Hey, Patamatic, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, hi. And so this, I think, once we construct all this, once we remove these dams, this should pretty much hydrate this whole area. Yeah, I'm doing great. Having a lot of fun with the beavers today. I love this game so much. It's a problem, I'm addicted. Yeah, look at that. We have a little beaver colony over here. Habitation quarters. Storage for the industrial area. We have tubeways dipping around everywhere. We have a little farming over here. A first dam that we are slowly going to expand with like more trees and a little bit of pine sap growing. We have extended the industrial area down here. We're excavating dirt. Here we have the water generation that's just running on bad water that's flowing through the area. So unless in case of a drought like today, we have power, whatever happens. We have backup generation with engines here, which are nearly enough. We would need one more. I suppose let's put in one more. We have just expanded in here. We have a new dam over here. We've made a little valve system over here to reject the bad water over there when we have a bad tide, and to just let the good water flow through. So that it fills this little dam and it just feeds this little area. Hey, Mastani! This is the bedtime patrol coming around to salute you and remind you of the current time. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much, Mastani. How are you doing? I've been procrastinating indeed. So yeah, we have pretty much rehydrated this whole area over here. We have a little bit of explosives production down there. And we are kind of plotting to rehydrate this little area down here. And I think next stream, I'm not going to do that today, but next stream we are going to start terraforming, so straightening this up a little bit. That should help with the hydration over here. We might do channels inside so we can hydrate this whole plateau. And I think more importantly, there's a water source over here that currently just flows out over here. I think what we're going to end up doing is pretty much seal this off, right? Or maybe just let bad water down here or something like that. And we are going to use it to rehydrate this whole area here. And that's gonna be pretty cool. And yeah, we have an iron mine we've set up over here that's ready to start producing. Right now we're not, because we're finishing this little ruin before we start actually using the mine. You're doing good. You're wrapping all the side quests in BG3 before finishing the main quest. Ooh, nice. Pretty nice. And here we have the same kind of system. We only let clean water through, so it doesn't pollute anything, and anything we can't use, we just reject over the side. And this is a bad water river, so this is the river that goes all the way through there and powers the water wheels. Well, it comes this way. You see what I mean? So yeah, that's the shenanigans we've been working on today. So I think today we're gonna finish rehydrating this little area here. It's gonna look cute. Next time we're going to start channeling through the hills and start to actually do, like, for example, this reservoir's level is above this, so we can pretty much rehydrate this whole plateau here if we want to. And that's going to help us expand significantly the agricultural area. And it's going to help us expand on more diverse food. So capturing more sources of water, expanding on the sources of food is going to be pretty important, I think. Because yeah, the two things basically we haven't done right now with the Iron Tails is all the hydroponics based and like oil press, food factory based stuff, the coffee, all of that. So all the food diversity. And then all the bot stuff. And like we need to expand on well-being, etc. But really, truly, that's what needs to happen now, is expanding on food, expanding on bots, getting the beavers super happy. We have 94 beavers, which is not that bad. We have the advanced breeding pods, so we're producing directly adults. So we can continue expanding this population. But really the next big step is gonna be bots, I think. So can we do that real fast? Ooh, we are out of wood. That's kind of a problem. That's a little bit of a problem. So let's... Okay, let's pause a bunch of stuff. We don't need this to run. We're supplying less than the demand, but that's okay. What else do we pause? I think that's okay. The problem is that the trees we planted to supply this stuff hasn't had time to grow. So we're only at 50% growth on these. And that's kind of the problem here. We still don't have the tree production to supply these. We haven't had in a long time, but yeah, they're very hungry. Hungry boys. And we don't have the storage either. Oh, although... Well, that's okay, I think. Maybe we stop one more. Sure. You know what? Sure. Basically, I think with these, the logic compared to the Fault Tails is kinda reversed. With the Fault Tails, your main source of power is water, and you supplement it with wind power that or actually no, your main source of power ends up being wind power. And it's like, okay, the water gets tied up by tied over by the batteries when we have a drought, I suppose. And here we need to have like the base demand that we supply be engines, and we supplement it with the batteries during a drought. So we don't need to cover all the production, but we need to cover like a good chunk of the production. Stupid unpredictable wind generators are better. I do like wind, like if you have enough batteries, it's not a problem. I don't mind them. So, what are we doing here? This is too distant. Come on. Ah! That's kinda annoying. How can I reach down? Too many trees around. You know what I can do? What I'm going to do? I'm going to do that. Like a rebel. You always get bogged down in that phase where you need more power to make more power. Yeah, I think my strategy on the other map is at the start to have my main production be water wheels, and then a little bit of solar, and the batteries basically tie over the solar when there's not enough wind. And progressively solar becomes the main production. It's just, at the end of the day, it's just a matter of, if you have a stupid amount of gravity batteries, then nothing's going to ever bother you, you know? It's just that easy. Like at some point you reach a point where you have enough gravity batteries that you can pretty much... I think in my other save I have enough batteries that I can pretty much feed my entire base for 4 days with just batteries, you know? And then you just need something to produce some amount of power in that interval. So sure, a drought may last longer. A bad tide where I'm still producing during a bad tide, so I don't have any less power during a bad tide. And a drought may last longer than 4 days. But I just need the wind power to keep the batteries topped up, you know, so that it's not fully empty when the drought ends. And that's pretty much it. The only thing, the big difference here, the reason I like the wind power more, is that these cost me trees. Like I need a huge amount of tree production just to sustain these. Spark was saying earlier he calculated 18 trees per engine. And to sustain even such a tiny base, well, it's not tiny to be fair. We still have almost 100 beavers. But yeah, to sustain such a base, we need pretty much... how much are we consuming? We're consuming 2500. And each of these is producing 400, so we need like 6 of them running at any point in time. And that's after having stopped science and the dirt excavator, which are all very costly stuff. So I think pretty much a science build consumes a generator, and this might consume one as well. So I need 8 or 9 of them to run. So I need a few hundred trees probably. Just for that, and then I need all the trees for the rest of my industry. So yeah. Not super easy. But hey, that's why we have the batteries, isn't it? I think at the moment I could even probably stop one more. As long as the batteries don't get empty during the day. What are we doing here? Oh, we're making progress, finally. Yeah, it's not descending super fast. I think eventually we're gonna line this dam up with batteries too. Have a power line run below, something like that. I still have scrap metal over there? Empty me that. It really doesn't need to keep scrap metal stored over there. Am I producing enough scrap metal? Yeah, I should be okay. I might want more elixir. 4.1, 4.1, no, 4 and 4, and 5. And how much are you producing? Yeah, I think I'm going to need more pumps, aren't I? Like this produces 3 per hour. So I need 3 or 4 times this amount of pumping, probably. Can't do math on stream, but let's try 3 and we'll see. Ooh. Would you look at that? This is the last stage. Because afterwards it's dirty water. We're probably gonna terraform that so we increase the height over here. Nice, nice, nice. What are the batteries doing? Oh, perfectly fine. Ooh, yeah. We almost tried the whole thing here. What happened? Oh, I may have expanded. I may have accidentally emptied this. Oops. You're closed for now. This should have stayed on. No, it shouldn't. No, it should be okay. I don't know what I did. Also, this may be a problem. I didn't notice that. Hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. No, actually, no. What am I doing? It's not that. The mistake is down here. This should have been dams right here. And then I suppose we can have scaffolding to go across. Yeah, that's good enough. Alright. That should be better. Yeah, so this definitely need to stay closed right now. These can be automated, I suppose? And I think we can remove those then. Because downstairs is going to provide the same function. With just a little bit more water storage, which is perfectly fine. Okay, let's redo that. The drought has ended, yeah, so you can see that now we're producing enough power. Well enough. We can stop that for now. Let our tree supply recover. And over here the dam is overflowing again. Perfect. We have 15 unfulfilled jobs, but a lot of that is like unneeded science and stuff like that, so I'm not too mad about that. Because we have the automated science, so like we have 8 jobs here for manual science. So like half of these is just jobs I don't actually want to fill. And the rest is just a little bit less hauling. That's fine. Come on. You can do it, beavers. He's just swimming around. I suppose they're just picking up... Yeah, they're picking up debris. Oh hey, we have overflowed a little bit. So in theory this is programmed, so this should never overflow. But sometimes, you know, the gate lags a little bit to close. So it lets a little bit of water overboard. That's fine. Who are these? Yeah, filling up nicely, filling up nicely. This can get removed. This was a temporary building to reach some construction. I suppose these could get removed as well. This is looking a bit silly now that I think about it. Why did I do that? No idea. Oop. Wait a minute. Needs to be higher. That's a very complex thing that has literally no purpose. We good? What's happening here? Please finish that. So I can start watering the stuff. Right, so... yeah. I don't see why I had it up there. It's just as well like this. And quite frankly, why is it doing that too? Sometimes you do stuff and later you look at it and you're like, what the hell was I thinking? Is this accessible? I'm not sure. Maybe through the tube. Alright, so, you're allowing above 050? 55, I suppose? Are they all 050 or 055? All 55. Alright. Let's turn you to automation mode. This should never overflow. And this should never overflow. It might temporarily overflow, but hopefully not. Why are we overflowing right now? What's going on? Mm-hmm. downstream depth is 0.3 right now. Why is this flowing? I do not get it. It's not overflowing. Let me lower the level then. 045. It's supposed to be 050, 065 that it starts flowing. So I don't get what's going on right now. It may be just the dynamics that are kind of weird. The hydrate. Oh yes, I can do that. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay, O50 works. Let's go back to O55. We reach O60, but that's not enough to overflow over here. Okay. And here, this is opened at the moment, which makes sense because it's O55. This is getting a little bit of water. Not quite enough to make everybody happy, but I might want to widen this channel. Having three wide. Like, I'm always rejecting some water, even when I'm filling stuff up. That's not great. Ideally, I'd like to capture all the water that's coming out of the source when I need water. Generally, I think that's gonna be part of our terraforming here. Is gonna be to have better terrain on top, traitor channels that we can work with easier, you know. What are we doing here? 057, so you're closed. You're at 056, you're closed. And you are at 0.2. Slowly going. Very slowly going. Yeah, I think we don't have enough flow coming in there for the sheer amount of water exposed. Because there is evaporation. So more water surface exposed is more evaporation. So it kind of means that I should take in more of this water. Well, I suppose we have our work cut out for us. I don't know if water is absorbed by the ground as well. Possibly. But yeah, we're gonna have this whole area to work with. Not mad about that. This whole area to work with. And relatively soon we can easily capture that. And like seal this, open this, and have this whole thing irrigated, which is gonna be great. But that's gonna be a project for next time though, because it's 1:30 AM already, my god. How does time fly like that when you're playing with beavers? What's going on here? Why are they not working? Because no beaver. No, that makes sense. At night time they're not working. I'm very clever sometimes. Yeah, that's still not enough bad water being pumped. Let's add like 2 of them. Do the pumps have workers? Yes. I'm just consuming a lot. Like these pumps produce 3 per hour each. So currently I'm producing 9 per hour. And like just this consumes like these two consume 8 and a quarter of 8, so like 10 per hour. So I just need more pumps. And this one almost consumes 2 per hour. So I'm basically at almost 12 consumption per hour. It's just a lot. A lot of pumping. Which needs... we need more beaver. Always more. I'm going to need to reorganize these vats, aren't I? At least we have enough food. Like the raw quantity of food we are consuming is less than the production, so at least there's that. But yeah, we're struggling on wood, we are struggling on bad water pumping. There are a few stuff that we need to sort out, but that's going to be next time, I think. I think that's a good point to stop. We have rehydrated this whole area, which is looking pretty nice for expansion next time, and we have acquired also this whole area, which is gonna be great for next time. Life expectancy changes with happiness. Yes, it does. You feel like you had similar population without anywhere near that many breeding pods? Yeah. So life expectancy changes with happiness, which means that the number of beavers per breeding pod changes with happiness. In my other saves, I have beavers that are like 100 years old. In this one, I don't know what the oldest ones are, but they can't be much more than 60 or something like that. Yeah, we have 59 here, 65. So maybe 65 at the moment. Which isn't bad, to be honest. Yeah, I think 65 might be their life expectancy. Or something like that. So yeah. That means that with how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We get 99 beavers, so that's like 11 per pod. Which is pretty much the same as we had last time, I think. And I think that's correct, because if I remember, yeah, we had plus 20% life expectancy last time too. Because it starts at well-being 7 and we increase the well-being, but not not enough to reach the next tier, right? But yeah, when we reach well-being 17, the population basically jumps by 20%. Better life expectancy means you spend less resource on breeding and can expand. It also just means that a breeding pod running full time, so consuming the same amount of resources and running full time, is going to support more beavers because each of them is going to last longer. So if you increase the life expectancy by 20%, you increase the number of beavers alive per breeding pod by 20%, right? So right now I support, I think, 11 beavers per breeding pod. And if you had 20% life expectancy, instead of having 100 beavers, I'm going to have 120 beavers immediately. Well, immediately. It's going to take 60 years to stabilize like that, but it takes a long time for these impacts to fully take effect, because it takes a life expectancy of time for the impact of whatever change you make to your population system to fully be in effect. Which is kind of fun, but it does mean that when your beavers start getting 100 years old, if you have a problem with your breeding pods, for example, you can have a dip that lasts 100 years. And that can be a problem. Alright, let's stop here, let's save before I start doing something else. We can let stuff run a little bit while we look for somebody to raid. Thank you everybody for joining me today, I had tons of fun. I hope you did too.